what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep the radio open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny,
Okay, testing. Yes! Skibbity bop bop bop, yes, yes. We're live. And I've actually made some arrangements. I've moved some things around. You can see before, I was getting attacked through, this is a green screen, right? This is a green screen, and I have a cat. And when you have a cat and you have a green screen, if you make any movements up against the green screen, this will prompt the cat to attack you. I didn't know this. I didn't think about this, right? It just did not, it didn't register. It didn't register that that was going to be a thing. So I moved this back, but the benefit of that is like, right, especially if I push this chair out of the way, I have room to dance. I have room to do anything. I can, you know, well, I can sort of like throw an overhand hook there. Why are the toilets attacking the cats? Look, the cats are a menace. The cats are an absolute menace, but I love them. I love them, and they're now a character on the show, right? But like, look, I think I'll be okay, right? Because like, as long as I'm not brushing up against the green screen, I'm not gonna get attacked. Probably. The cats might knock something over. They probably will knock things. They'll probably knock everything over. Like, some people say that cats are proof that the world isn't flat, because if the world was flat, the cats would knock everything off of the world, and we'd be in the midst of a void in outer space. But yeah, let me get this ready. Yeah, we got some... What is this? What am I looking at? Who? The Kaiser. Look at the Kaiser. Do you see that? Does everybody see the Kaiser? She has a name. She does have... Here, let me look and see what the Kaiser's name is. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna find out. Brix, is it Brixen? No, Brian. That's Brian. Wait, why is Brian spelled with an X? I swear to god it said her name. Anyway, it doesn't matter what her name is, because her name is the Kaiser. She's wearing a Kaiser hat, and I don't know why. I don't know what the show is. I mean, I'm finding out what the show is. All right. Conclusion 1. This is a right-wing show. It's got a similar format to, I guess, Fresh and Fit. That's what the first thing it reminds me of. We're talking about Whatever. That's right, Whatever. We're watching Whatever. Today we're gonna watch Whatever. Not Whatever I Want, Pickle Helm. Yeah, what... Is that what it's called? Is it called a pickle helm? Did they used to make pickles in those? Germany's weird. They like to pickle things. I don't know if you know this, but Germans, they like just give them something and they will find a way to pickle it. It's a pickle helm. I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was called. I just called it a Kaiser hat. Kaiser helmet. Mhm. I really thought this was gonna be. Oh wait, it kind of is. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah. I mean, it's semi-void lemonade, limeade, void limeade. I mean, look, there's void, there's no void, and then there's eh. Oh, does it depend on what color it's in front of? Yeah, lots of void over here. Not so much void over. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I've given up trying to figure this out, and I've given up trying to figure out this debate. I think we're just gonna have to dive into it face first, right? Because, yeah, his name is Brian. The guy's name is Brian. Her name is the Kaiser. And then next we got Candace. And look, most of the rest of this cast are sex workers. They're not going to get called sex workers by Candace. They're going to get called a lot worse by Candace because she's got like no respect. And they brought her on here to tee off on these women, right? So like they had Michael Knowles on apparently to debate Gen Z girls about transgenderism, right? So this is what they do. They bring on Daily Wire celebrities and give them targets. Like I bet this is the entirety of their formula here. Why are people so obsessed with reactionary German historical figures now? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the only thing that's getting pickled right now is her head, honestly. That's what's going on. But look, there's something a little bit more to this, okay? There's something a little bit more than I expected from this. Cause like, look, this table. Here, let's scoot around. All right, there we go. Well,
Is that? Do you think that'd be Matt Walsh would be the best at
Yes.
the Daily Wire to tackle the?
Yes.
Okay.
There's just something about the fact that Matt's a cat, and he always kind of gives you the impression that he doesn't want to be there, and he just has to kind of lecture us all. Like he's like the classic dad.
Right.
And I just find him to be so funny, even.
prediction. Prediction. Candace is going to turn out Matt Walsh. You know what I heard? I heard Matt Walsh is kind of an asshole. It's a trashy podcast version of Jubilee. I don't think somehow it's like it's way lower effort than Jubilee, right? It's way lower effort. They just bring like your acid and your base together and into like a bottle, and then they shake it up and see what happens, right? It's like a really bad child science experiment that is literally just a volcano. Michael Knowles must hate. Everyone always brings up Matt Walsh. That's right. Yeah, Michael Knowles was just on here, but Matt Walsh is getting all the attention today. It is definitely trashy. You're right about that. You're right about that. It's absolutely, it's worse than garbage. And the thing is, like the Kaiser chick. Here, let me like actually see. The most interesting thing to watch here is her face. Yeah, it's insulting to cats to compare cats to Matt Walsh. I wonder, does Matt Walsh knock things off the table? Like, what does she mean? How is Matt Walsh like a cat? Now I'm imagining a cat boy Matt Walsh. Which one was on Bird Brains? Well, I'm trying to...
When he's not trying to be funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Even when he's trying not to be funny. Low-key. Low-key shade. Almost not low-key shade. But for now, the claws are retracted. For now, it's like more of a pawing rather than a clawing, right? But the clawing could come at any time. Any time that Matt Walsh gives Candace reason to do so, I think that the claws could easily come out. And I'm looking forward to that, because we saw it with Crowder. We've seen it with a few people. I love it when Candace Owens goes off on some right-wing chud. It's great. I mean, she is a right-wing chud, but... It's funny, Candace Owens' career is dead. Is it? Can I get a check on that? How is Candace Owens' career? How is she doing? She's on the Daily Wire. I don't know if she gets views, though. I mean, here's the thing though. These people, this podcast, they love her. Oh no. Oh no, they took off the chat. That was one of the funnest parts of this is the chat. It's very revealing in as far as like who's watching this thing. Because I mean, it could just be like a podcast shit show, right? It could be that they don't care about politics and they're just like, oh yeah, like let's get Candace Owens on with somebody who is politically on the left and see the fireworks happen. A lot of shows are like that. Regardless of her views, she gets that money. Yeah, that's the thing about being a conservative pundit, is that you're getting paid. One way, you are definitely getting paid. Even if your show's not getting numbers, you're getting paid. There's like, in fact, the Vanguard talked about this recently. There's been a leak as far as one of Jimmy Dore's backers, and how much money people, Jimmy Dore and people connected to Jimmy Dore might be getting from that person. Now this is all allegedly, but you know, I mean, the Vanguard actually got some of this money. I don't know if you know this, but they used to be kind of pro Jimmy Dore. I'm trying not to be mean about that, okay? I have gone on stream with some people that I would no longer go on stream with. I have thought better of certain content creators than they ended up being. But Jimmy Dore just... Anyway, yeah, the Vanguard was really positive towards Jimmy Dore in the beginning. And when they changed their mind and they made fun of him, basically doing a sketch where he morphs into BoJack Horseman because of the horse paste thing, right? That's when they lost their money. There was this huge backer that was just giving them all kinds of Patreon money. They had like money to like live. They had like the rent is paid kind of money apparently, and that just got pulled out from under them as soon as they separated themselves from Jimmy Dore. So if you're wondering, why does this Jimmy Dore thing have legs, right? It's because it's useful to somebody, supposedly a billionaire. And that person is very much greasing the wheels of the Jimmy Dore machine.
Nice. Cool. Well, we'll go around the table once more. So what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you...
So yeah, this is weird too, right? Like I said, these are mostly sex workers, maybe all content creators, some of them on OnlyFans. We got like a sex therapist here who actually does, in person, demonstrating technique kind of sex therapy, like some really hands-on sex therapy. And they kind of span the spectrum from being on the left to being a little clueless about politics to being kind of right-wing. Dude's got a cup from In and Out. Oh, he's got the In and Out cup? Now you want some pink lemonade? Oh my god. Well, I got my green lemonade here. But yeah, so people were asking before who from Bird Brains. Can you see who I'm circling? Right, so not her. I like her, right? She gives Candace some shit later on, but her. The woman in the white, next to the woman in the orange, next to the other woman in the white. Her. That's who we're talking about. This is Pixie. Pixie is a former guest of Bird Brains, and somehow ended up on this thing. I didn't actually know that Pixie was still doing content, but apparently Pixie is, and here she is. She's kind of like the only one that does politics like as a form of content, as far as I know, right? The rest of so it's Candace Owens debating a bunch of sex workers, most of whom are not terribly political, about, like, I don't know, their right to exist, their human dignity. That's what we're doing here.
Single? Are you in a talk?
And the chat loves it. And that's what I was saying. Like, they're asking, okay, so what's your relationship status? This is going to cue us in on some real important phenomenon that's going on here, right? The viewers of the show hate these women, call these women names other than sex worker, let's just say. Other not less complimentary names for a sex worker is what the chat is calling these women. But at the same time, they're watching the show. And you gotta assume there's some kind of like love-hate relationship. There's some kind of like lust-hate relationship. That would be it, right? So they want to know their relationship status, even though they hate them, and none of them would ever be with a woman who's, you know, got an OnlyFans account, right? But they got to know their relationship status nonetheless. So you can see what kind of fan surface is going on here.
Stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule. Are you
Polycool.
whatever it may be?
He says that word so uncomfortably.
So if you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm in a relationship. I have been for about 1.5 years, and my longest relationship is 2 years.
Look at the shirt, says made in hell.
Okay.
Candace is looking at her. Candace is like, why are you demonic?
I am single, and my longest relationship was probably about 4 years.
How long have you been single?
I've been single for about, I want to say 1 year now.
Okay.
He just discovered the word before the show, quite possibly.
I'm single. My longest relationship was like around 3 to 4 years, and I've been single since like February, around there.
Okay.
Single. I've been single for 6 years almost now, so.
Since you're pretty much 18, you've been single?
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Did you have like a high school boyfriend?
Why even ask this? Literally because the audience is a lust audience. It's a lust-hate audience. They're pretending that they hate these women, but realistically speaking, all of their Instagrams are listed down here, right? And they're gonna get clicked on, and those Instagrams are gonna lead to OF accounts, and these women are gonna get, this is what I'm saying, these women are probably gonna get business, like OnlyFans business, from this crowd that hates them, that's in chat right now, and you can't see it, and I can live chat replay is on message. Why? Somehow they turned the chat off, right? Somehow I can't see the chat like I could yesterday when I was watching this, but the chat is, you know, they hate them. The super chats, you know, they're all in favor of Candace. They're all like, teach these women some, you know, yeah, Candace is very much on brand today. Single ladies, yes.
Or anything like that, or?
Oh wait, you know what? I can't even think of how to do a pivot here. So I'm just gonna mention the fact that in 2 minutes, in 1 minute now, there's an ad break coming up. All right, on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, there's an ad break coming up. If you don't have a sub, that ad break is gonna come along and get you. You're gonna miss whatever's going on. If you don't want to miss whatever's going on, you can throw me an Amazon Prime. If you have, or Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can hook that up, get a free sub. You can get, I think it's 25% off this month as long as you buy it on desktop. You can buy a sub for yourself, or you could possibly be gifted a sub. That does happen from time to time. Your best chance of that is just to be active in chat. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button.
I think I dated 2 guys in high school, but it was very
At the
brief.
same time?
No,
Oh,
definitely
separately,
not.
okay.
At the same time, so like you see these assumptions. Like, right? Every single assumption is like a stereotype of women who do OnlyFans or sex workers. Like, right? This is, you know.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
So I just got out of a relationship of 6 months with a federal agent, and I am single, ready to mingle.
Wait, with a federal
agents.
Yeah.
with a federal agent? Oh my god. Okay, anyone I know from content, perhaps? No.
CIA? FBI?
Oh.
Coast Guard? Oh, wait, that's not it. Never mind.
Federal agent down in Texas. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
Texas. Who lives in Texas?
And what's your
on it.
longest relationship you've ever had?
I would say 7 years.
7 years. Were you married or?
I was.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right.
I'm currently single. My longest relationship was a little over 1 year, and I've been single for about 1 year.
I just started.
The Texas Rangers. Do you mean the law enforcement organization, or the isn't there like a basketball team that's the Texas Rangers?
started talking to somebody a couple weeks ago, but I guess I'm single. And my longest relationship was about 3 years.
Wait, sorry, you just started talking to somebody, but
I've been single since February 2022, and so it's really fresh.
Okay.
So I would still consider myself single.
It's early on. Okay. Candace, what
I'm
about-
married. I'm married. Third child on the way. Third child will be here.
It's a baseball team. I'm sorry, chat. Thank you for correcting me. Texas Rangers is a baseball team.
10 weeks.
Oh, you're pregnant right now?
Yes. Are you kidding me? Very
Oh.
pregnant right
I was just
now.
Okay.
honestly, I knew that. I was just seeing if you were awake.
Yeah.
How
But it's good
far-
of you not to assume, right?
Yeah, I don't
might
want
get in
to.
trouble.
I
and
don't want.
then-
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
get into any trouble.
Yeah.
You're how far along?
30 weeks.
30. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Any
rounding the
thoughts on
corner
the?
here.
Is it a boy? Girl?
Thoughts on whether it's a boy? No,
Well-
I have a biological
Well,
understanding that it's a boy.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And even if later on they correct you and say, actually, I'm not a boy, mom, I'm a girl, she's going to still go with that biological, she's going to still go with that ultrasound rather than what the child might say. So
No, I didn't mean it that
Let's
way.
get
I
the
didn't mean
thoughts
that
out of
way.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's definitively a
she
boy.
can't get trans people off the brain. I swear to God.
And I have one boy already at home who's 2, and I have a little girl that's 1.
Well, look, are they paid to be here? I don't know. That's a good question, Geek Prime X. Listen, you'd like to think that for the abuse that they're about to suffer, that they got paid for this, and they'll get paid in some way. Like they will, at the very least, this is exposure. They got their. They got the Instagrams linked here. And like I said, even though the chat is being abusive to these women, disparaging, dehumanizing to these women over, what they do for a living, there's no doubt that some of those same people that are talking shit in chat are going to be hitting them up on OnlyFans. So it's that kind of thing. It's that kind of thirst hate situation that right-wingers just tend to do. This is how they operate, right?
So we're on the back to. I've basically been pregnant for 3 years, so this is kind of my permanent state at the moment. Yeah.
Wow, it's yeah.
As a trans creator, I can confirm that you never just get hate. It's always hate mixed with thirst. It's kind of weird.
Congrats,
Thank
and
you.
it's certainly impressive that you still you're working like crazy and.
Yeah. Well, otherwise you'll just drive yourself crazy.
Yeah.
But
Oh my God, I should have
And
fast
how long have you
forwarded
been
it.
married for?
4 years.
4 years.
I kind of don't care.
Okay. And you said earlier on that you used to be.
Okay, here we go. This is. I'm glad. Okay.
Definitely left leaning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Which I
yeah,
think-
that's the weird thing about Candace is if you look at her, you can find a very short time before she became this right-wing shit show that she is. And she's not just a right-wing pundit. She is a far-right reactionary pundit who has said some really messed up stuff. But she was an SJW, as it were, whatever that means, right? She was what she fights right before she flipped. And so, people call her a grifter. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but it seems not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Nose ring, pink hair.
No, there's no old photos
No,
that are going to
okay,
surface
okay.
of me in a pussy hat screaming about.
That's the worst thing you could, a picture of you in a pussy hat would be the worst. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe.
Aborting my children. I'm
Gotcha.
safe.
That's right. That's what liberal women are like. Yes.
In that regard, but I would say I was definitely on the left, held liberal perspectives, which I think is actually really normal when you're young. I think when you're young, you kind of associate liberalism with freedom, and you're like, well, even the word sounds better to be a liberal than to be a conservative.
That's why we like to call them Democrats instead, because it sounds kind of like a demon rat, which is bad. Liberal sounds good. And so, yeah, Republican just sounds like, to me, it just sounds like an elephant with something, something like a stick up its ass or something. I don't know.
I think that's why they have that quote.
Not in a good way.
That if you're not a liberal when you're young, you don't have a heart. If you're not a conservative when
Candace Owens, do not hold back on these libs. Wipe the floor with your intelligence. This literally could be like an Ammon Animations. Do you remember Ammon Animations when he depicted the Peterson fans and the Shapiro fans? And yes, Dr. Peterson, own them with facts and logic.
you're older, you don't have a brain. So it turns out I had a heart and I do have a brain.
They look like the Skeksis.
So now I'm a conservative, and but I'm actually happy that
I don't know. Does Candace Owens have a heart and a brain, or is she an animatronic? One in chat if you think she's an animatronic, a cursed animatronic.
I used to be a liberal because I think I understand why people gravitate toward it, and it helps me better able to communicate to people because I can understand where they're at. Yeah.
Got it. And since I feel like politics is sort of related to dating, because obviously I assume most.
Well, now here's an interesting thing. You just said politics is kind of related to dating, and like, not really. Not unless you're some kind of weird reactionary, and unless you kind of think that maybe no fault divorce shouldn't be a thing. And like, right, unless you got some Peterson idea where you believe in a trad wife for every incel, you're right, it shouldn't really be related to dating, right? Dating can be fun. Dating doesn't have to be about politics. People often date people who don't have the exact same political take as they do, right? But how is it related? Let's think about this, right? Because we got Whatever here, and we got Fresh and Fit. You got these shows that you got the Manosphere, you got the Red Pill. Think about this. It is sort of related. These people do relate it, right? In fact, that's their hook. That's their hook, right? You feel like no woman in the world wants to have anything to do with you. There's something wrong with your skull. There's something wrong with your bone structure, with your jaw. You're not tall enough. You're not masculine enough, right? And you got to come on and have these alpha chads like teach you how to be an alpha chad, right? If you can get the right workout, if you can get the right pickup method, then maybe you too could be a sigma male on your grind set and get out of that fade of being a beta.
People want to.
They in other words, what I'm saying is they use dating as a hook to bring people into their political ideology.
Date and partner with someone who has shared values. So let's go around the table. What's everybody's politics? Would you consider yourself, let's say, liberal, moderate, conservative, apolitical?
I mean, I guess I would have liberal stances, or what people would call liberal stances. I don't like to call myself a liberal, but that
so in other words, you're a right-leaning centrist? Okay.
would be where I guess
Progressive,
you would put me.
maybe?
Progressive would be a good word for it, yeah.
Okay.
I guess liberal.
Okay.
Or liberal.
I consider myself a progressive.
Okay.
I would say I'm an independent where it's like in between, but kind of more so leaning right, just based off of how I was raised.
How were you raised?
Super conservative, super religious.
Okay.
So
maybe moderate politically, maybe. Are there some things you're a bit more progressive on, other things you're a bit more conservative on?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
So when I started out in my early 20s, I can relate to Candace. I was a little bit more on the left. And then as time has gone on and I've worked real jobs and I've been out in the real world, I'm more to the right. I am independent and I don't like our two-party system. I think it's failed. But I would say I lean more to the right.
Okay.
Literally a chatter named Goodest Boy. Thank you for being on the show, Candace, but the world is effed. Can you already tell from the panel that your views will not change their outlook? Brian, you could... Oh, God.
I
think they talked about psyops earlier.
Raised very liberal, but I found myself becoming more conservative, especially over the past 3 years, but I wouldn't fully call myself a conservative yet. I would just say I'm still centrist.
Good place to be.
Good place to grift.
Same. I used to be pretty liberal, but I am very, very conservative.
Oh, you already answered. Okay. Okay, cool. All right.
Oh, that's how they do their super chats. So they're only actually responding to reading any super chat that is $99 or more. Maybe I should institute that.
So I have a first question here. So
yeah, this is Brian. I mean, this is, yeah.
I'm trying to hold on.
I'm trying to think of the most offensive thing, the most patronizing way I could possibly ask you. I don't want to miss this opportunity.
Where I want to start here. Actually,
you can tell he's a little starstruck by Candace Owens being on his left there.
Wait, we had one chat come in. I'll just read it while we have it. Goodest boy, thank you for being on the show.
Oh, thank you. Super chat saved me.
Candace, but the world is effed. Can already tell from the panel that your views will not change their outlook. Never say never. Brian, you could be an amazing psyoper. Just saying. I've had a couple accusations that this show is a psyop.
Oh my God.
By the CIA, believe it or not. I've had a couple.
If you have any show, that is an accusation that you get.
Have you had?
Oh my God, yeah. It's
Candace Owens show is a psyop.
This is more of a right-wing framing of things. Like the right wing always wants to think that the CIA or the feds or somebody like the Biden administration has got their like hooks into content creators if they're not saying the things that they like. Realistically speaking, though, what does happen that's similar to a psyop is that people get money. People get money from people usually on the right. A lot of billionaires, a lot of a lot of whales, as it were. They get money to promote certain types of politics, right? Especially when it's got this hook that is like dating and relationships and hot chicks, right? And then it kind of like it brings you into this audience where they all hate the hot chicks, but then they're gonna go over to the OnlyFans and they hate / lust. Anyway, it is kind of a psyop.
By who though? Who is psyoping? Okay, I don't know.
What is going on with that hat exactly?
But
my understanding is that that's the co-host, and that I don't actually know, because it feels like there's enough room at that table to have her sit there too. Maybe not. Do you think? I feel like they could. I mean, they're kind of packed in there, but for whatever reason, she's sitting out.
Goodest boy, thank you very much for that. And then we had a couple. We had this one.
7 Deadly Simps donated $200.
Nick, can you boost the audio a little?
Dear Candace, what are your thoughts on Proverbs 21:19? Better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
What? Okay, so we got our daily Bible reading. Also, see what they're gonna do with this.
So 777 decillion 777 no million 777 octillion 700.
This is like something they do on Destiny.
He's just kind of joke. He's kind of memeing because
777
the TTS voice will read anything.
Quadrillion
but so thank you, 7 Deadly Simps. It's almost. I think it's almost done.
777,777.
Welcome to the whatever podcast. So your thoughts on Proverbs 21:19?
I like that we just jumped right into the Bible. That's awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
I would say that, yeah, you should aspire to marry the right person.
Until 10:15.
Considering looking for someone of value, you also take a second to measure yourself and see if you are a person of value that's worthy of marrying. Okay,
so we got the value thing. We got the high value males, the high value women. Everybody wants to be quantified. Everybody wants to be rated from 1 to 10. What is your value? How do you increase your value, right? That is the game. That is the red pill game. That is the PUA game. That is the manosphere game. And Candace is familiar with that lingo and familiar with that game. So she knows exactly where she is.
Because I think people forget that part. That's almost the most important part.
Got it. So recently, a video.
Is it a Prussian helmet? I would not know. We'd have to ask somebody who's an expert on that stuff, and I am not at all an expert on that stuff.
Went pretty viral on the internet, and Candace, you actually tweeted about it. Something about shashuka. I don't know if I'm saying that right. So Nick, if you can pull a video, we're gonna just have the panel react to it.
Something got cut, maybe.
And then before you go full screen on that, so Matt Walsh posted it, and I saw this everywhere. I saw it yesterday. Her life doesn't revolve around her family and kids, so instead it revolves around TV shows and pop stars. Worst of all, she's too stupid to realize how depressing this is. And then Candace quote X'd it, quote tweeted, I don't know anymore. X'd it. Quote X'd it.
Please.
This is what
talk to some of those talk to some people with a family and kids about like depressing Saturday mornings, okay?
This is what was future. Wait, this is what was.
I don't think anybody gets a free ride in terms of depression and quiet desperation and all that stuff.
What a future.
This is what a.
Hey, what's up, Canadian brunch?
Future depression, Xanax, and wine combo nights alone looks like. But hey, the shashuka.
It's gonna be amazing.
So let's play the video, Nick. If you can go full screen on it.
See, so like there's no, like, if you don't know about this, this is a TikToker, and she did a video where she was like, I woke up late on a Saturday morning, didn't end up doing much of anything, sat in bed and with my phone and I looked something. I decided I was going to learn to make shashuka today. And then she starts talking about what she's been doing in her life and how society kind of makes her want to feel guilty for the fact that she is 29. She's 29 and she's not married with kids yet. And I guess to some people that's like, ooh, not good or something. But she's like, actually, no, it's kind of good, actually. It's like low key good. I went and saw Beyonce last night. I'm making shashuka today, learning how to make, spinning, you're able to, pursue your interests, right? So she's kind of like, maybe we could be a little bit gentler and kinder with ourselves and realize that it's not, you don't have to like compare yourself to your parents. When did your parents get married? And, like if you're not married with children by 29, you're some kind of loser. Actually, if you're not married by age 29, you're pretty normal.
And then we'll get the panel's reaction.
Xanax wine nights.
Oh, wait, now I can see the chat.
I'm 29 and single, and I don't have kids yet. Here's what your Saturday morning looks like when you're single at 29 and you don't have a kid running around the house. I didn't rise from my bed until 10:15. Every time I thought, I should probably get up and do something. I thought, why? Nobody's making me. I'm not.
So people that live, like, especially like a trad lifestyle, they feel really called out by this. Like, they want to believe that they made the right choice and that the real goal to strive for in life is to, get married in your 20s and have kids and yada, 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 right? But so all she's pushing back against society, and they're taking this as an attack. And the reason they're taking this as an attack is that this is actually not low-key, this is high-key, a more normal, life cycle, right? It's more common for people to still be kind of figuring themselves out, and also to sort of wait for a partner that you want to spend your life with, that you want to have kids with, rather than just being like, oh my God, I got to get married, before I'm done with college.
Missing out on anything. I went to Beyonce last night and I didn't get home until 1 a.m. and I danced and drank my little heart out, and I didn't pay a babysitter to watch my kids as I did that. And I woke up a tad hungover this morning, which is probably why I was in bed for so long. And I was just scrolling on my phone and I saw a picture of shakshuka and I thought, it sounds really.
Can somebody just tell me what shakshuka is? I honestly don't know.
Really good. Maybe I'm gonna learn how to make shakshuka today, because I have no plans and I don't have kids and I don't have.
There's like a song about it.
I have a husband and I don't have errands to run. I can go to the grocery store and learn how to make shakshuka. So that's on my agenda today. Also on my agenda, probably a rewatch of some Real Housewives of New York. I'm also doing a rewatch of Normal People on Hulu, which is really spicy and I highly recommend. Weirdly, I'm into this documentary on Netflix about blue zone countries, so I've got a pretty stacked day. Anyway, I say all this.
Blue zone countries, that's like countries with the highest lifespan. Shakshuka is a Maghrebi dish of eggs poached in a sauce of tomatoes, olive oil, onions, garlic, commonly spiced with cumin, paprika, and cayenne pepper.
To say, whenever I'm hard on myself about why I'm not married and I don't have kids and I should be further along at 29, almost 30, I wouldn't want to do anything else this Saturday. And I know that you can do all these things when you have kids and you're married, and I understand, but the effortlessness and ease of my life, just kind of focusing on myself and the shakshuka I want to make or the Beyonce concert I want to go to, really pays off when I'm hard on myself for not being where society tells me I should be in life.
I thought it was gonna be really her going shot.
So, why do you guys think that this video went kind of crazy viral, and what's the analysis here?
I mean, it went crazy viral because Matt Walsh tweeted it. Let's be real. That would have just gone into the ethosphere on TikTok and no one would have talked about it had he not picked that up and tweeted it.
Well, I don't know if Matt Walsh was the first person.
He was.
Oh, was
yeah.
he really? Okay,
yeah.
I didn't.
See, and that's kind of the game of this. Like this is how whatever has made its mark has grown to 4.2 million subscribers. That they bring people on with this combination of actual political content creator and Candace Owens versus now, like the exception is Pixie, right? But the rest of these the rest of the women at the table, they're not political. They're they're content creators, but not political content. A lot of them do like OnlyFans, and I'm sure there's some other types of content creation, right? But so you bring that volatile concoction together, you shake it up, and you try to get clips out of it. You try to get a clip where it'll be like Candace is showing, these I don't want to say it, but there's a word that she uses for these women, right?
I didn't know that.
But I guess what's interesting to me is that this woman has actually even said, she gives herself a hard time. She wants to be married. She wants to have children. So I don't think that it's right to demonize her and act like she's going to have a depressing life when she just hasn't found the right person, because clearly she wants those things and she's trying to make herself feel better and other people in that community feel better about not being that far along. Because like you said, you wanted people to settle down with the right person, take their time, figure out if that's the right person. So just because she's 29, you're saying that it's like too late for her and she's going to be doing Xanax and drinking wine at night because she hasn't reached that point yet?
I didn't say that. That's not what my tweet said. That's not what my
You
tweet
said the future.
Yeah,
right.
Because she's obviously a narcissist, right?
Obviously.
So, like,
Why
the
would you
issue,
think
first
that?
and foremost, let's not pretend this is one video that she made. It's her brand on TikTok. It's her brand on social media. She talks about these are this community known as dinks. We're happy and we're childless. She talks about how great it is to be childless. So she has developed she's a social media influencer that talks about childlessness. So let's not pretend this is one woman making a video who just said, I had a great Saturday.
What I'm getting from this is that as silly as being a dink sounds, like the name and everything, it's actually threatening to people like Candace, right? Society has the expectations that Candace is talking about. Like that's part of the game. That is part of that's part of like our culture, right? To look at somebody who's 29 and not married and be like, ooh, not sure about that, right? The idea that this would pop off on social media, that not only would somebody make content being like, yeah, this is my life and I'm not ashamed of it and let me talk about it, but that other people are relating to that, it's really threatening. And so they got to do something to shame the dinks. They don't want the dinks to openly be able to be dinks.
There's absolutely no reason.
So they got to be like you're going to be on Xanax and drinking wine at 35.
And if you had a great Saturday at 29 years old and you learned to make shashuka and you slept in at 11 until 11:15 or 10:15,
I'm going to call my sister and brag about rewatching The Wire while she's stuck watching Blue's Clues.
She said that you need to bring up children. There's absolutely no reason. You just say, here's what I did today. I laid in all day. I did this. I did that. The fact that she has to correlate it to saying, and this somehow makes me better than
Candace accusing someone else of being a narcissist?
People that have children is the problem.
She
literally goes on to talk about not having children. It wasn't necessary in this video. So it's not like people are just...
So the same way that they don't want Dylan Mulvaney to be able to create content where she's like, I just got a new outfit and I think I look amazing in it. I thought I'd do a video and make my dress go twirly. And like, they can't stand that. They can't stand Dylan Mulvaney not only having a happy life, not only being successful, but making other people think that you could be trans and be happy, right? That is so threatening. So in the same way they had to attack Dylan Mulvaney, they've got to attack Shakshuka Lady.
Shaming single women on the internet. You could go on...
She's not a dink. Dink means double income. Oh, dink means double income, no kids. So if she was a dink, you'd be married? So Candace doesn't know what she's talking about. Color me surprised. And also look at the Kaiser back there. The Kaiser's got an interesting look on her face as well.
Right now and talk about what you've done all day, and there's no reason to bring up having a child or not. She's actually doing the shaming, and now we're trying to pretend that she's the victim. She's not. She has a brand where
she is absolutely the victim, and not only that, but she represents victims, right? She represents the kind of shame that people like Candace want to put on women who don't live like a trad wife.
talks about childlessness, and she talks about leaning into selfishness and all the things that are amazing about not having children. Again,
So it's selfish. It's if you haven't found the person that you want to marry and started a family yet, that's selfish. That
is not the first
Kinda
video
backwards.
that she's produced. So the reason why, and if you're a man watching this, don't marry this woman. She's basically...
Are they regretting their appearance? Probably. Like I said before, I don't know if they get paid for their appearance. My guess is not. My guess is that they're being paid in exposure, and that even though, you know, they're coming under the ire of most of this fan base, right? Most of the people in chat are dragging them in chat. But they're also going to maybe make some money off of increased OnlyFans subscriptions, because these are the kind of people who don't just hate, they thirst hate. So, I mean, that's what's going on. Yeah, I mean, like, they are absolutely being used. They are absolutely being exploited, right? Their appearance on, you know, and look, I mean, like, I'm not blaming them for appearing on the show, because it's kind of, you know, if they've got a chance to get exposure, if they've got a chance to increase their social media profile, they need to do that, right? But yeah, it's you know, harmful to them. It's harmful to you know, their profession. It's harmful to I don't know, progressing society forward towards a place where there's no taboo, where there's no pejorative against sex work. It is you know, harmful. It is exploitative, and you know, I mean, they basically, they are the fish in the barrel that this guy has gathered for Candace to just go off on. That's what's going on. So yeah, no, this is not, they're not on here to have a nice conversation. They're on here as targets for the audience, for Candace, for Brian, right? And you're gonna see a little. He tries to keep himself out of it. He doesn't really want to be like seen as somebody with a political perspective, or, you know, as like an actor. You know, as like, he doesn't want to be like noticed, right? But you can kind of see by the questions that he asked what his angle is on this whole thing.
telling you she's selfish. She's telling you she's a narcissist.
How many people watch this show? Great question. Now, this is 4 hours, okay? So the fact that it's 4 hours and 21 minutes is going to limit how many people watch it, but we have 600,358 people watching this. We have 4.21 million subscribers on whatever. So unfortunately, this is a large audience. You know, this is like, you know, kind of like the, you know, different version of different take on what Fresh and Fit does.
Everything she says is about me.
I don't know which came first.
Me. Even if you're single, you don't have to make your whole day revolve around you. You don't have to. You can get up in the morning, you can go help others, you can do other things. You can say, now that I have free time as a single woman, I can go dedicate time to the church. I can sing. I can do this. I can help people find God. That particular woman that you just looked at is a selfish bitch, and men should not marry her. That's my personal opinion.
You wanted to come in really quick?
Yes, I wanted to answer your question real quick as to, you said why it went viral. I
Sure.
think it went viral because it's like, nowadays, it's like, it's relatable in our day and age. You know what I mean? Like 22.
I mean, she's literally right. She's literally right. It's relatable. And it's not uncommon. And the idea that somebody like Candace Owens can like look down at you for, you know, not being married at 29, when you look at so many conservatives, like imagine you had gotten married earlier and the guy that you had married was Steven Crowder, and now you're the one on the ring cam being told to give the dog the medication that you're not supposed to touch because you're pregnant, right? Yeah. There's a lot of reasons maybe to wait and like not settle on the first person. But look, if you want to, like, the trad lifestyle is all about like, you know, if you can't force people into marriages, then force them to settle, force them to, like, you know, find somebody early, force them to start a family before they're ready.
23 years old. I don't know how old this girl is, but like
29.
29 or whatever, but
in my day and age, like, it's relatable to
Both parties are getting what they want. Yeah, just like in capitalism, right, Nidnak? Just like in capitalism, both parties getting what they... It's just a contract. The employee agreed to be an employee. There's no exploitation here. No.
be like, haha, we don't got kids, like, quote
You're
unquote,
22.
fuck them kids. You know what I mean? It's like,
It's an interesting thing when you have a contract, but you have an imbalance in power, then somehow that contract ends up, even though they're both, entering the contract of their free will, somehow the contract just always ends up reflecting that imbalance, right? It ends up that, like, the person providing the labor is not getting paid for all the labor that they do. And that person that does the labor maybe is also a consumer, so they might be buying the product on the other end. They're also paying extra from the product. So it's a really good deal for the employer, and it is necessary to survive for the employee. That's a real...
I'm glad you're admitting that.
It's like that.
I'm glad
Like,
you're admitting that.
It's like a term that people use, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's just relatable.
honest.
Like, that's why it gets so many views, is what, to answer your question.
I think that's really honest of you to say that.
You wanted to come in, go
Fuck
ahead.
them kids.
Yeah.
No, I said
I'm
quote
just
unquote,
I was
that's
gonna,
what they say.
Yeah, but you're admitting that so that she's starting the fight. You're looking at
Can somebody... where does F them kids come from?
people that are
trend,
moms.
that are
Like,
trending.
I don't when
It's a
when
trend.
I'm with my kids,
Right.
I don't post videos and say F them single chicks with no kids.
Right.
She did the baiting, okay, and we responded. That's it.
I don't know.
Like, it's a
The
new
first
trend.
She did the baiting and we responded.
thing I was
type
gonna
thing.
say.
Hold on, let's just let Essie go ahead.
The first thing I noticed about the video was that she was putting people
Also, fix your audio whatever podcast.
with kids down. It'd be fine if
That's not me.
she was just talking about how her day was and wording it differently, but
How is your audio this bad? I mean, I know you got like 18 microphones in the studio, but
it seemed like almost immediately from the beginning of the video that she was belittling people with kids, which I think is like the part of the problem.
Pixie, go ahead.
Yeah, no.
also, you might have just gotten an ad break, right? You might have missed what I just said. That's a shame, especially if I'm talking about you and you don't know that. So if you want to know whether I'm talking about you, chatter, you might want to do something about that. There's several things that you can do about it. One easy, cheap, free thing is if you have Amazon Prime, you can use a Prime sub to get out of the ad break, to get all the weasels, to get all the void coffee, to get all of the emotes, including me staring with laser eyes, which I'm now rethinking. I'm rethinking the laser eyes because I saw the thumbnail for the Michael Knowles versus Generation Z girls, and it's literally Michael Knowles with laser eyes, and I'm just realizing that's a pretty old meme that maybe I shouldn't be rocking in my emotes. But look, you can get it. You can get it nonetheless, right? You can also get it if you pay, I think it's less than $5. I think it's 25% off what the normal price is, which is $5. So you do the math yourself. You can get a sub during September. You can also, if you're lucky, and if you're a good chatter, and if people like you and they like what you're saying, you might get a gift sub. It's going to happen more often if you're active in chat.
I think this is like up to interpretation, because personally when I saw that video, my interpretation was like, oh, she's putting herself down because she's saying like, oh, you know, when I tell myself, why am I not further along in life?
I made it sound like I just talk shit about the chatters that don't have a sub. While that, no, I don't actually notice if you don't have a sub. I have a different screen, so I don't see sub, no sub. I kind of treat everybody all the same. I'm just saying that, you know, when I do happen to talk about a chatter, if that chatter is currently on an ad break, they might miss the spicy part.
You know, it's okay because at least I'm enjoying these things. So I could definitely see, like, depending on how you're looking at it or if you have further context, why you would think she's putting kids down. But when I saw that video by itself, I was thinking, like, people are kind of going a little bit overboard in the sense that...
So that's Pixie.
She says she's being harsh on herself. She doesn't have children, and these are just the things that have made her happy today. And I don't think that by itself, without additional context, is inherently...
See, what it is that they want to reinstitute, you know, this trad mentality on everyone. They had that in the past, right? If you take it back to like the 1970s or 1960s, you're not married at age 29. You're basically a spinster. Like you basically better buy a rocking chair and learn to knit and get a whole bunch of chats, because get a whole bunch of cats. That is the word in French, right? But you might as well get a whole bunch of cats because you're not gonna, have a family, and therefore you're not gonna be successful in life. Right? They would like to reinstitute that. The sexual revolution kind of put a new spin on how people think of stuff like that. And now, like I said, the woman that made the video, her life is maybe more common than the person. No, I don't know. It's like 50-50. What is the average age of marriage? Would you say maybe 27? But it's not actually that weird, is what I'm saying, to be unmarried at 29, and there is no reason you should feel bad about it. And it's not like, even if you do want marriage and a family and all that other stuff, I know plenty of people who achieve that after age 29, plenty of people who are still looking, because this is just something that the zeitgeist has gone from a place where you got to get married when you're 18, when you're 21, when you're, coming out of high school, coming out of college, and you maybe make a choice that is going to impact your life in a negative way through choosing the wrong person, where it's a lot more normal now to do this in your mid-20s or even later. And she's trying to just acknowledge that, right? Because I guess our self-talk and how we think of it hasn't really caught up to the reality of when most people are actually doing that.
Wrong.
Anybody else? Tara, did I say it right this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know the background of what other types of content and messaging she puts out, but just from that video alone, I don't think to me, I never got the impression she was shaming people that women that were married had kids. It felt like she felt bad that she wasn't already there, and she was just trying to be optimistic about it. And so I think it sounded more like her content was about making women who are childless and not married yet and are approaching the end of their reproductive years to look on the bright side. But I'm
that's not the end of your reproductive years. Oh my God, is she confused? Look, what is the end of your reproductive years? I'm trying to think. When do they say that? Because, obviously you can have a child up to menopause. There is, after a certain point, maybe, you're more likely to have complications. But, this is way off. This is way off. 29 is not approaching the end of your reproductive cycle.
all my friends know I'm, so eager and ready for marriage and kids, but I really honestly just didn't get that impression from that video alone that she was in any way.
So when she was talking about, I got to go to a Beyonce concert and I didn't have to pay for a babysitter, you don't think that was belittling?
She was obviously
selfish of her to say that.
Yeah, she's being selfish,
and she was
being rude. And if it was flipped and a conservative woman with children said the opposite of that to single women,
it would blow up.
No, it would be a dog bites man story. It would be completely normal. And it would never pop off because it happens all the fucking time. That's the default. Come on, don't act like it's not.
It would blow up, and they would say, "How rude of you to eat. Why are you even mentioning?"
After 40, it gets hard to be pregnant. Yeah, but she's 29. She's 29. She's,
A woman, just say you had a good day with your kids. That's fine. If I said I woke up, went to the park with my kids, did that, okay. Chill. Why are you correlating it to children? It doesn't make any sense. So, and
thanks for answering that question. I was trying to remember. I feel like it's is it 45 or there's some level where they say, you can have kids, but it gets harder. No, I got that. I'm sorry. I realized that I might have come off like I was disagreeing with you when I wasn't. Having kids is trapped cishet behavior. Grow up and adopt. Oh my God, yeah, there's so many kids that need to be adopted. That's true.
She's produced more content, so that the context is important. She's leaned into this as a brand and as an influencer. So
there's a very insightful Adam Ruins Everything about what reproductive cycle.
Then you're going to expect the people that influence people to have families to respond.
Yeah, exactly. Canadian Brunch. She wants it to be like the Handmaiden's Tale.
And Matt Walsh being among them, me being among them, and I would like to again warn men against marrying a woman who holds those sorts of perspectives, because she's ultimately just selfish.
That's such a weird thing to say. That's like me saying I'm gonna warn anybody about watching content of Candace Owens or any creator that seems like her. I don't know. It's just it's like you're coming for them in a really I would warn men against like, and also like the idea that that even works, right? You know, men are going to be like, yo, you know what? I was going to date somebody who was all like, I went to a Beyonce concert and I made shakshuka, but then Candace Owens warned me against it. And so now I'm not.
I said, you can have a day and you can be single. You don't have to dedicate your whole day to me, narcissist, me. Here's what I did for me. It's just not a woman that you want to marry.
35 and up is termed geriatric pregnancy.
Full stop, for leaving the kids totally separate from it.
I know so many people who've had kids after 35 though.
Marry a woman like that.
Go ahead.
And all I'm saying is like it's sad, but it's crazy.
One of my teachers actually
that like it's a trend. You know what I mean? Like that's why they're getting so many views on TikTok or Instagram or whatever they're posting.
It's a trend. I don't know. I think what she's saying is that people are more likely to say it, but it's not like Candace Owens is going to take. You can see what her reaction is. It's a trend. You think it's cool? You think it's cool to not have a child at 29, to not be married? You know, she's
these things on. It's like it's a trend.
You got the crying Wojak with the mask on.
And
it's a trend. It's cool.
You know,
it's hip.
Crazy.
Wait, what was the thing that came out recently? The chic divorce. You remember this? Not Matt Walsh. Steven Crowder went off on this. Somebody said divorce chic or chic divorce. Yeah, divorce chic. And this like set off like all of the right wing.
Just a show of hands, who here wants to have kids one day?
More, yeah. It's my third, but
besides Candace, does anyone here have kids?
I do.
You got kids? How many?
Yeah.
You got?
I have a son. He's 21.
Okay, gotcha.
He's
Gotcha.
perfect, and I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like I don't know when they're coming out with like uterine transplants, but yeah, it's gonna be a race for me to like have a kid before 35.
But one thing I notice, a trend, like I agree that it's a trend, and she's doing that to brand herself and go viral and get a lot of attention and maybe monetize that.
To brand herself.
When I talk with other girls and they're younger, and I'll say, "Are you married? Are you planning on having children?" Sometimes that's a hot button for them, and it's maybe perhaps these kind of trends are like it's a rebellious thing because sometimes it's expected for people to get married out of the gate and have children and that kind of traditional lifestyle. If it's an expectation that parents have that they put on their
Mom had my brother at 35 and me at 37, my sister. Yeah. So people do do it. Yeah, but you're right. There probably are some precautions that I mean, it's something that you talk about. Obviously your doctor is going to know what age you are. So whatever you have to No, come on. Are you going to really go behind my computer? I'm so worried that the stream is going to get unplugged.
Children.
I can't take these people seriously either.
And younger generations aren't having it, especially these days when it's so hard it's so expensive. People are having to work a lot.
Meow.
That's just one thing I've noticed.
Where
a little
are you?
pushback on that question, even when I ask
Hey, sweetie.
it. And I love children.
She's purring.
And I don't recall
She's
if you
being
had
cute.
a response to Candace or...
I mean, I was just going to say the opposite content does exist, and I would say that it's more prevalent and usually
sit in the
there's
chair?
more of it than there
There
is
you
the
go.
opposite. And whatever community she wants to represent, I think that somebody that is single, and obviously, like I said, she closed out the video saying, I know that women that are married and have children can do all of these things as well, but this is what makes me feel better because I'm not that far along. And I think if she's giving comfort and solace to women that want to be in that position and aren't quite there yet, whether you took it...
Look, the only thing that really bothers me about this exchange is that you gotta giga chat it, okay? Look, I don't think that you're worse if you do have kids at 29. I don't think you're better if you don't. I don't really, you should just do you, right? But if they're going to throw this question in front of you, you got to do the Hassan Piker thing and talk about the brave mujahideen that created Dan Crenshaw's, eye patch, right?
That way or not.
You I mean, this is you're on a social media stage with a bunch of just clout demons, right? You gotta just giga chat that. This is not the time for like, well, actually, she didn't mean anything bad by it. No, let her, like, just, I don't know. You got to throw this question back in their face somehow.
I think that's okay.
Of course, I would be a terrible guest on whatever. They would kick me right off.
Hey.
I don't think anything that she did in there was meant to be charitable. It was all about her. So, I mean, just a different interpretation, but I'm just happy that you were honest and admitted that it is becoming trendy to put down women. Yeah, but by the way,
wait, what's that
speaking
noise?
to what you were saying about it being an act of rebellion, I used to be a feminist. If you had found me, you're 22, right? Found me at 22, I would have probably had the same perspectives as you about family. It is something different, and you will realize that when it's someone that's 29 years old and saying that, it's not the same intention. It's not, I'm young, I'm free, I'm wild, and I think I'm going to live forever. What she's doing is something different, and also just recently today, actually, Emma Roddick-Jakowski came out with a quote about, I think getting divorced before you're 30 is chic. That's something else. And that a woman at 22, a woman at 29 saying something that is appropriate when you're at 21 or 22.
Look, I guess what I'm saying is that these people subsist in an environment where you say something outrageous in order to get people's attention, right? Even if you're not exactly feeling it. And if you're going to be on the stage with them, which, like, I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't go on the show. No! Hey! I'm going to take the plastic away from you. Now. Want to play with the ball? No. Okay, now I got what... Oh my god, there's cat slobber on here. There's cat saliva. I just don't want her going behind me and eating plastic.
It's a little different, and she knew what she was doing. It was intentional. And like I said, if you look into her content, this is not some innocent woman that was posting just to boost...
Oh, Jamie, sorry to hear that.
Herself up on the internet. She's trying to get clicks, she's trying to get views, and she got them, for better.
Candace, like, do we have to go back into the treasure trove of things that Candace Owens has said to get views?
Of course.
I want to come back a little bit now to people's relationship status. So, or not even so much relationship status, but perhaps it's related. So both of you do courtship?
Sex work?
Courtship?
Courtesan. That's an old-fashioned historical term.
Okay.
Back in the day, courtesans were able to own property, whereas the Little Miss didn't have that ability. The way the laws were written back in the day of ancient years, like the wife was toddlerized, and then the courtesans were able to go and attend the meetings with the politicians and the business owners and actually state their case and be.
So that's just part of branding, right? Some sex workers call themselves courtesans. There's a history to this. Yeah, you'd be able to be educated. You know, you'd be expected to be educated, and it was kind of a way to not exactly. Oh my God, Paul Squall, thank you for the 100 biddies. Yeah, because again, we're at 0 out of 10 on the subs goal, so it's not looking bright as far as doing more content than this.
Influential.
But okay, so I'm just trying to differentiate.
Thank you, Paul Squall.
Here, because
maybe I should replace the sub goal with there's like a cup that you can get where like bits go in there too, and so it's an all inclusive thing.
Courtesan, that's when I think of it, I think of people who are in the court typically.
Yeah. You would be in the court. You know, you would be.
Yeah.
There's a kingdom. There's a monarch. And there's, maybe some of them are dukes, maybe.
It's from.
No, I mean, like, it's not nobility, right? But it's you serve a function within the court, and that's
that era. But
viceroys. Yeah. There's some.
What is his deal? Is he on Game of Thrones now?
Viceroys in there. Yeah. There's a couple of. I don't know some other terms. Lords, ladies. Yes. But okay, so you guys work in Nevada, is that correct? in what's the place that you guys work at?
There's different brothels.
Whole School says, I want to be a courtesan.
The Bunny Ranch. I've been at the Bunny Ranch. We've both been there. We've both worked at the world famous Mustang.
Okay.
Those are more normal.
Oh, so you guys both don't work there, or you don't work there anymore. Do you still work at the, what is it called, the Bunny Ranch, or?
Well, what he was trying to do is he was trying to figure out what to call them, right? They're sex workers. You're going to hear a few more antiquated terms and less complimentary terms than courtesan get used on these women, unfortunately.
We're independent contractors. So
take your time.
So like when we're on tour, we contract ourselves out, with whomever.
Okay.
So that might change.
Sure. So a couple questions here. So I don't know, maybe it's changed throughout the course of your life, but how many, maybe you see men, maybe you see women, how many per day or per week, do you call them clients? What do you call them? Tricks?
Clients,
What do they
friends.
call
No, not tricks.
Marks?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know. I don't know the terminology. I'm not in the world.
some providers may, but they're not maybe the most respectful.
Okay.
I like to deem them friends as soon as I
Sure.
get to know them, and
Gotcha.
and we are like friends. Sometimes we're like married couples, but
Yeah.
it can be it depends, anywhere from like 2 to 3 a day. That's a lot,
2 to 3 a
but
day.
maybe
Okay.
5 a week.
Okay. What about you?
So anywhere between 2 to 3. Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
Anywhere between 2 to 3.
Okay.
And sometimes 4 or 5, depending on.
Sure. Per day?
Yes.
Do you know what the most is in one day? Like, was there one day?
It always fluctuates.
Okay. Is there ever like a
He's really interested in like
10, a dozen?
I don't.
Yes.
Is that
Baker's
dozen?
it can. It
Okay.
can happen.
Sure.
I don't personally do that.
When coming off the heels of Dennis Hoff's Cat House, there were,
It's like guys like this see scenarios that exist in like corn. In cornography, and they wanna think that is because the actress really likes that. Like really, like, I don't know. They're looking at what they do. Candace's face right now. Yeah.
Oh, Nick, hide.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're fine. Okay, all right, good. All right, welcome to the Whatever Podcast. Always something. Where were we?
You would like to think that as like podcasts become more viewed, make more money, grow in terms of their size, that they become more professional. But yeah, obviously not.
I was mentioning after Dennis Hoff did his famous show Cat House on HBO, he drummed up a ton of mainstream media. He got one of the girls on Oprah and whatnot. There were so many people coming in. Those were the days where maybe you'd be seeing like 10 clients, 12 clients in a day.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
that was a lot.
Gotcha. And for you two, has being involved in prostitution, has it had any impact when it comes to your romantic prospects?
Yeah, I've got to be able to be myself and fully disclose, and I need that person to accept me for who I am. Bottom line.
I have had no issues being a legal prostitute. I've had no issues being a legal prostitute just because I haven't been dating anybody within this time for that year.
Mm-hmm.
As for everything else, it's hard dating. I've ran into a lot of insecure men. Typically, those are the ones that can't handle me doing what I do for work. And
just a point of clarification. So you've run into a lot of insecure men, and are they insecure because they don't want to date you because you are currently active as a prostitute?
No, I'm saying I've never dated a guy while I was working at the brothels, at the Bunny Ranch or the Mustang Ranch, but I've been dating guys like between me doing camming and dancing, so that's what I'm talking about.
But you mentioned insecure men. What specifically are they doing that makes them insecure? Is it because they're insecure?
You know what they're doing? The number one sign of an insecure person is a person who doesn't realize that at the top of the hour and the middle of the hour, there's an ad break. And if you don't want to be part of that ad break, if you don't want to get sidetracked and pulled out of it and not see what's happening, not hear what's happening, having to watch an ad instead, You can get out of that with a Twitch Prime that you get from using your Amazon Prime on your Twitch account. You can get out of that for 25% off right now if you pay for it for yourself throughout the month of September, or you can possibly get out of it if you're lucky enough to get a gift sub. The super anti-SW. Yeah. No, this is like you can like, and he's not gonna cut like a lot of the stuff. He's not gonna come out and say it, but you're right, Zara. It's the framing of it. It is the questions that are asked. It's the line of inquiry. They do sort of make him. I think it's Candace that like starts asking questions of him later to kind of see what he thinks about all of this, and it's obviously not good.
About your work?
Yes, like I've had exes in the past that would cry about me going.
Yeah, does he ask every profession how many customers they have? Yeah,
to dance at the strip club.
Okay.
But you can see it's because he looks at them in a certain way / wants to look at them in a certain way.
Guys try to control like what I wear and say that I can't work at strip clubs or do OnlyFans or whatever.
Oh, sorry, was there more?
No, and that's
okay. Is it because they're insecure, or is that just them having boundaries and standards?
I feel like
it's them being insecure. In fact, I would say that anybody that gets triggered by the idea of this is showing their insecurity. Brian,
I mean, you knew what I was doing before you met me, right? So all of them knew exactly what I was doing before they met me.
Yeah, exactly, Scott Weber. That's what I was saying earlier. This is it's a combination of hate and thirst that makes this program run.
Me, which brings it to, if you have a problem with what I do before you meet me, maybe don't get involved with me.
Sure.
I'm very open. I'm a very honest person. You knew what I was doing before you met me. If you don't like it, there's the door. Nobody's making you stay.
I think too, gentlemen love the idea of dating us, and then once we go to do it, then it's not really realistic.
Right.
No, what they want is the idea that somebody that they're with is like a star, is a woman that lots of men really want and are willing to pay a lot of money to be with, and that they come along and date you, and then you give that all up for them, right? That's what they want. That's what they are not. So I shouldn't cast too like that's not what the insecure ones. That's what the insecure ones are looking for. Because like let's not forget that like there are men who date sex workers and are completely fine with it and don't feel insecure, and this is
almost like fetish.
Because what they want to present is the idea that these women are incapable of having a relationship, and that if you do OnlyFans, you don't deserve a relationship, you shouldn't have a relationship, you can't expect a relationship, right? That this is what they're trying to. They're just trying to pick at any of the vulnerabilities that anybody has.
Like, right. Yeah. It's like, oh, it's so hot. I have a girlfriend that does this, that, and the other, and then when they're really at home and I'm like on OnlyFans or on a call with a client or whatever, they're like, no, this is weird. This is weird. You know what I mean? And that, I think it's an insecurity, yes, because you knew where I was coming from, you knew what I was doing, and you weren't okay with it. Then you should have made that a point.
Well, I mean, I suppose you have a point that, I mean, if they knew going in that this is what you do for work, you're a stripper, or you're doing OnlyFans, or you're doing sex work, then I think it's a little bit of a stretch that all of a sudden, a couple weeks or months into a relationship, then they start changing up. But I think to differentiate the conversation a little bit, for example, like let's say, and I don't know if you mentioned this when it comes to like posting perhaps revealing photos online.
Yeah, exactly, Fort Walton. There's a massive spectrum in the content that gets made on OnlyFans.
Intended for commercial, like they're just on Instagram, but they're not monetizing it. They're not content creators, or like, for example, if they go to the bar, club, party a lot, would you consider it insecure if a guy, maybe 3 months into a relationship, at that point he started having issues with you or with another girl? Hey, he starts saying, hey, I don't want you to go in the clubs and bars anymore.
And he already knew? You're saying he already knew this?
Well, like, I assume he knew, yeah.
Got 1 minute before that ad break hits.
So, if he already knew, then...
Well, I guess my framing is, prior to dating, he had no problem with you or with another girl engaging in what he considered to be single behavior at the time. But once you or whoever it is started dating, he wanted his partner to act in a way that he thought was more consistent with being in a relationship. So perhaps it's okay to go out to, me personally, even if I'm single, I'm not really interested in going to bars, clubs, and I don't post revealing photos online, but I don't know, I feel like that men don't do that too much. I mean, there's certainly men that post like whatever, anyways. But once you get into the relationship, there's
And here's the other thing, here's the really dark part of this, right? Like some women who do sex work, some people who do sex work and get into a relationship, like they might want both partners might want monogamy, right? And you know that you know might work, but a lot of times what you're talking about is for the sex worker to put themselves in a really vulnerable position by ceasing to work and then becoming reliant on the partner. Do you see what I'm saying? This puts them under the power of the person. And look, I mean, there's a lot of ways that this could work. You know, you could do something else. You might have, you know, other skills or another career that you know, you do in that situation. Or like I said, there are lots of partners that aren't going to ask you to quit your, you know, work on OnlyFans, you know, just because you're in a relationship and that understand going into that, right? But the fear that I have in that situation is with this they're sort of encouraging them to put themselves in a situation in which they are at the other end of a power imbalance in the relationship, right?
Expectations that certain things change.
Well, with the sex worker.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just differentiating when it comes to like posting revealing photos. If it's not for your work,
then yeah,
or
like
going to bars and
I can
clubs.
separate my work identity
Sure.
from my personal life.
Go ahead. You want to come in?
I think, I mean, if we're talking somebody that's not a sex worker and is posting revealing photos, I think that that's something that you talk about before getting into a relationship with somebody, because then if you're talking.
But violencia económica, is that like economic exploitation, or?
You know, and a guy is like, you know, my expectations for my girlfriend are XYZ. I don't like these kind of revealing photos for my girlfriend. I don't like her, like you going out all the time. And then I think from then on, that's when you decide whether to make a relationship serious or not. Because if she doesn't want to restrict where she's going or what she's doing or the type of photos she's posting for him, then that's her decision. But I don't think that it's wrong for a partner to ask her, you know, hey, if we're in a relationship, this is what I expect. And then, you know, she makes the decision, yes, I will do those things, or no.
But do you think that so early on, like say on the first date or second date, that there's enough of a relationship established for a guy to have enough, I don't know if leverage is the right word, but like enough pull or influence to be like, hey, listen, I don't want you doing this.
He wants to work, like he
anymore.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
But that's, I mean, she just said that you should early on, you should
Early
say,
on,
I
not
don't.
date number one.
Not date number one, not date number two.
Okay.
That is
Maybe date
wild.
number
I mean,
3,
okay,
4.
wait.
Okay.
I think there's two things
Go ahead, Pixie.
going on here. I think you can date someone, and then as a relationship evolves and changes, some things that you thought you were comfortable with, you're like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with this anymore. I think that's reasonable. But I think that's very distinct than going into a relationship thinking, oh, I don't like the fact that she posts this types of photos. I'm going to make her stop. You know, I'm going to change her, basically. Because you're setting up, I think, everyone for disappointment. You're setting up yourself, her. There's a difference between going into something, having feelings change, talking from there, and intentionally trying to change.
Like he's used to, I mean, I get the feeling that he's used to looking at the relationship of like, when can I exert my leverage? When can I exert my power? Like, right, this is you know, and I don't know how much of it is male privilege and how much of it is just
before you even date, really.
I have a question. If you ever fell in love with somebody, would you be willing to delete all of your stuff if they asked you?
Would I be?
Yes. If you, as a
100 USD super chat to ask Candace to. Oh, that's the funny thing too, right? There's somebody in here that gives them, I think, about $1,000 in total, and it's all questions related to Candace. So
sex worker and everything that you do. If you fell in love and you found someone and they asked you to stop. So with that being said, I am currently single.
So dangerous that people would date people with the intent of making them quit their career. Exactly.
Because of what I do for work, I am very much so busy doing my work, and I'm full throttle, like wanting to make money and capitalize off of this industry to the best of my ability and make it to the point where I can.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was talking about, that fantasy of you know, taking somebody who is somewhat of a star, is a star because of their you know, attractiveness, and you know, gets paid a lot of money to be with, the people will pay them a lot of money to be with, and then the fantasy is that the guy wants to date her, and then like if he can make her give that up for him, then that's kind of like it's a fulfillment of you know, his own ego desire.
And then it's like, also making this much money and doing what I do for work, it puts me in a position to be able to meet the type of guys that I want to meet, right? The higher end type of guys. And maybe later on down the line, not anytime yet.
Now they're gonna pick on her for that higher end type of guys thing, right? It's obvious how and why, but this is a podcast that talks about high value men, that talks about high value women. There's no, they do this stuff, right? They see the world in that way. They see, you know, people on a scale of 1 to 10, let's just say, and yet, like, for when she says it, she's gonna get called a gold digger.
I would be open to it if I find everything happens for a reason. You know, never say never, but like, if I found Prince Charming or something one day, and
it's not so much insecurity as savior complex. Interesting.
You didn't want me doing this anymore, or I wouldn't be doing this anyways. I want to retire from it at one point.
The high value men, yeah.
And yeah, eventually, maybe.
And when you say high end men, what do you mean by that? Like high value men?
Yes, high value.
Or men with a lot of money?
The funniest thing for me is to hear somebody say high value men, high value women, as if this is like a real objective thing. This is something that exists, right? Because all it is PUA, red pill speak, right? All this is, I mean, this is garbage. Like thinking like there's no such thing as a high value man. There's no such thing as a high value woman. People are people, and people are looking for something different. Somebody that might, you know, be very attractive to you, that you might be very into, I might not be into. So like, how is there a value there, right? It's subjective, and you need to, that needs to be acknowledged, right? And I feel like we do acknowledge that. But there's something about this community that wants to kind of slide back on that. There's something very you know, kind of retrograde about this this community.
High value. Okay.
I have a question for you two here. So both of you do OnlyFans. Having done OnlyFans, continuing to do OnlyFans, has it had any negative impacts on your dating prospects? Does it make it harder to date? Has it been maybe not an issue at all? Some guys like it.
I've never had an issue with it, dating-wise. No one has ever, because I'm very upfront too. You know, first date, if this is what I do, if you don't like it, this is how I make my money. Unless you're going to pay me the same amount of money I'm making, then I'm not.
High value is such objectifying, commodifying framing of human beings. Yeah, and it's also cringe, right? Listen, I am giving you permission. No, I am exhorting you. I am encouraging you to make fun of people whenever they say stuff like this. Like, they should be embarrassed. Like, the fact that they let slip the words high value male, high value female from their lips without any sort of self-awareness is embarrassing. And you have every right to make fun of them for that. Really shows how much traditional relationships are contingent on some form of hierarchy. Deep cringe assign arbitrary value. Yeah, look, I'm not big on making fun of people. I'm not big on looking down on people, but that is somebody that you need to look down on, right? This is for the good of society, okay? Cringe is dead, except for when people use words like high value. Yeah, exactly. I'm not big up on, you know, accusing people of being cringe, because generally what that equates to is like limiting the diversity of human experience, right? But in this case, I think it's appropriate.
I'm not going to stop supporting myself. But yeah, I never really ran into issues. But again, I don't do full pornographic content or anything like that. So it probably is a little bit different for somebody on OnlyFans that does do that type of content. But I personally have never ran into an issue. My boyfriend at first was, you know, I told him and he was like, okay, well, if I'm going to date you, I have to be okay with this. And that was that. And it's never been an issue.
Sorry, I was asking a question. What kind of content do you do on OnlyFans?
Mainly topless content.
Okay,
So-
and you currently have a boyfriend?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Just that's the extent of it?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Essie?
I've also never had an issue in my dating life. I don't date that often though, but
Right, because you've been single for 6 years.
Yeah.
But it might not necessarily be.
Oh yeah, the other thing they have to worry about is that even if they do find a partner who's cool with it, they could lose income if their customers find out.
Related to that you're not doing OnlyFans.
Yeah, I also don't do nudes on OnlyFans, so it's just
Yeah,
like lingerie.
that is kind of hierarchy. And that's a neologism. So if anybody's not familiar what hierarchy is, it is the tendency within sex work of some sex workers to look down on people who do other types of sex work. For instance, full service. Like, right, if somebody doesn't do full service, you know, that, you know, they want to look at people who do full service by which I mean, you know, having sex with the client, right, as being like somehow like, oh, I'm not like them. I just you know, I just put my feed on OnlyFans or something like that. That there's like some kind of a hierarchy amongst sex workers, and yeah, that's the last thing sex work needs is a hierarchy or a hierarchy. People being like, we aren't those sex workers. Yeah, exactly.
Content.
Oh, okay.
So I think that
All right.
also maybe helps because
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Question here for Candace. So, what are your thoughts on OnlyFans, sex work, and do you believe that a woman doing OnlyFans or porn might have an impact on her future romantic prospects? And if so, how and why? I can repeat it. That was a lot, so let me know if you need me to repeat anything.
I talk about this extensively on my show. I mean, the truth is that if you are going to engage in sex work, you are going to probably make a lot of money, especially if you're young. You're on a very tight rope. As you get older, your value goes down, and men are going to want women that are younger and available to them. I'm talking about in terms of just making the person who will subscribe to your OnlyFans page. You know, obviously, women, you're declining as you age. And the truth is that high value men don't want to date women that are sex workers or even women that aren't sex workers and lean into the whole talking about how sexy and are freely available on the internet for other men to see. What we're talking about is biological proclivity. What men are doing when they first say, this sounds amazing, to date a stripper or to date a prostitute or to date a sex worker, is there's this instinct to have sex. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have sex all the time. But then when they realize that actually a form of wanting to be in a relationship is feeling that there's a mystery to a woman, that there's something that's yours, there's something that's sacred, there's something that's powerful and beautiful that just you share. And when they realize that they have to share that with other men, it completely diminishes the man. A recent cultural example of that, obviously, is what's happening with Nina Agdal. She's not a sex worker by any means. She just kind of said some sexy things on the internet about wanting cock, and look at what...
Was not expecting that from Candace.
I'm quoting her directly, so this is purely academic. Purely academic, and look at what happened. You know, now Logan has become the laughing stock of other men as they piece together everything that she's ever said that's overtly sexual. And again, she's not a sex worker, but what happened is her value just completely plummeted.
So do you see how like this pressure can come from multiple vectors, right? You're talking about somebody who I don't know, sounds like they were being candid on the internet, and then their partner got pressured, got like looked down on, got disrespected. I mean, this whole idea of like, you know, the concept of cucks and cucking, right? In addition to having like a real like weird like sort of racial aspect to it, it also it's like another way of pressuring, you know, people into a certain type of monogamous lifestyle that might not work for everybody. That there's a shame to, in fact, here I'll bring up somebody that I don't like, that you don't like, that we don't like in general. Destiny, right? Destiny is poly, and you know, Destiny gets often made fun of for the fact that you know, when people will see like, you know, a clip of somebody dancing with Melina, they'll make fun of Destiny, Hunter, Avalon, Sneeko, right? A lot of these, these are not content creators that I like, that I would you know, ever work with or anything like that, but like, you know, they get the kind of that kind of shame too, which ends up, you know, kind of putting pressure on both partners in such a relationship, like to you know, be normal, whatever that means.
Because you know, they're this thing that men need to feel, and I don't want to say possession in a way that sounds bad, because it's not bad. It's actually really beautiful, and I'm lucky and fortunate that I get to experience that in my marriage, you know, and it's something that women should strive toward. Women that make those exchanges in their youth, I think that's sad, and I do feel bad for Nina Agdal, is because she said a lot of those statements when she was really young. She's probably your age, and she had a camera and she said it, and it lives forever. And now every man that she dates is going to say Dylan Danis has made her available to everyone, and I hope things work out between her and Logan. But if you don't think that that's going to impact Logan, or that's not actively impacting him as a man, it is. So with women, it's a trade-off. First thing you said was, I make money. This is about money. It's about money. But when it comes down to marrying these women, men just don't want it.
And that's exactly why I said that in this industry, I'm single until I retire. But it will still matter. I don't plan on doing this or getting married or finding the love of my life until I retire, like truthfully.
And then after that, you see what happens to Nina Agdal.
No. And then after that, I will be honest and truthful with the person that I will be getting married to or whatever, and it'll be up to him to accept that, right? So,
and I'm just saying that men's natural proclivity is to not accept that, because it brings them shame. Men are biologically proud creatures.
I understand, but not everybody can be like that.
No, I know. I'm not. I'm just telling you what is happening and why people are just talking about cultural events and the Agdal thing. And if you look at people like Emily Ratajkowski, she's obviously hot. But this is a woman who's now trying to make divorce chic. And I think that the understanding is in Hollywood is, you know, sleep with her and move on. She's not marriage material. Her husband, when he had her, cheated on her because they didn't have that thing. I feel like I've slept with the girl. I've seen her naked so many times, right? So there's nothing special about Sebastian Bear marrying her, because we've all seen her naked. There's nothing sacred in that relationship. And I'm just speaking on telling you, you know, this is why women struggle to get married when they've made themselves available.
So she's talking about like a really toxic thing that like that somebody would, I don't know, like sort of hold images that somebody's created in their sex work over them, like, right? And then like this perception of diminishing value because those images exist, because people are sharing them, especially like somebody that is well known, that has made a name. Because like, you know, the way that that's supposed to work, is that that somebody pays for the images, for access to the images, and they don't go any further than that. But of course that's not, you know, how it really, you know, that's not how people treat it. But the fact that, you know, these images exist, get, you know, used as biologically proud creatures. Nothing special about, yeah, exactly.
On OnlyFans because other men don't
Super
want to
cursed.
share. They don't want to share their wife. They maybe will share their girlfriend. They might think it's fun to date a stripper for a little bit. They might think, oh, this means I'm going to have sex 12 times a day. But then when it gets down to just their biological instinct, it's actually quite embarrassing for them as a man, because they can look up your girl and here she is, you know? So that's what
They can look up your girl.
I'm just curious about your opinion on this. Because
They can look up your girl and here she is. And I guess that means that, what, you should be ashamed, or...
Because I've seen like a couple of people and like
there's so much harm to... There's so much of what makes society toxic is this kind of pressure, right? Think about it. Like, I mean, for me as a trans woman, right? There are a ton of guys that want to date me, but the number of guys that want to date me and then introduce me to their friends and then introduce me to their family, that's smaller. And a lot of times that's contingent on me being like quasi, you know, stealth, on me not mentioning being trans, right? Because that like, so it's like, you know, you've got this disconnect between what people want, right, and what they are willing to socially appear to want. And they bring this up later, like, you know, is a guy that dates a trans woman. Well, I mean, the trans stuff comes in the end. We'll probably miss that because it's looking like it's going to be a pretty short stream. I'm going to cut out of here in like 15 minutes, I think.
like Pates or people similar to that talking about how they should marry a young woman. Would you agree or disagree that that might not be the most like rational course of action?
To marry a young woman? What do you mean by
that? That I
So
hear
you'll
a
be
lot of men
spared
talk
from
about
that
how a woman
content.
inherently loses value as she gets older, and that's why that they should seek out young women.
Well, I live in the South, and a lot of people get married young, and I think it's really beautiful and wonderful. They preserve this sort of innocence. I have people that work for me that want to get married at 22. They drop out of school. So I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying when you're young. I'd have to see the full context of what they're talking about, because I do think, obviously, the longer you wait, and especially in the...
Was Emily Ratajkowski one of the original victims of the fappening revenge porn? Maybe was she also the one who said the thing about divorce chic? Shaming and victim blaming going on here is disgusting. Yeah.
Society that's creating a simulation that sexuality equates to freedom when it doesn't. That what he might be suggesting is that the longer a woman runs free, the more partners that she's gathering, and her worth is being diminished. And I think that there is some veracity to that. But you know, if it's said in a way that sounds a little crass, like seek out younger women because they're not as used, and I can see why people would be offended by it, but that might be underpinned by a little bit of logic. So I'd have to see the clip in its entirety.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because in general, I think men do have a biological proclivity. I can't pronounce that word.
Proclivity.
You know, to seek out like youth and beauty. But I also think when it comes to like settle down, you want a mother who's going to be responsible and good towards her children. So I think the idea that like men seek out beauty is true, but I also think men seek out a level of like responsibility and maturity that only comes with age. So I was just curious because of the other stuff I've heard from people.
And also, it's like sex is just sex. Like, it's just sex.
Wait, didn't she choose to be divorce free range women? Oh my god.
And
Just
when you have a partner, you have an emotional connection with them. And so like the guy on your last podcast, he was on here a few days ago, he was saying how like for men, sex is just sex. But like spending time with a woman and like buying her things and like going on trips with her is like different than having sex with just random people. And that's why they were like in an open relationship or whatever.
Can I just have you scoot your mic that way a little bit? Yeah, perfect.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't say that like swapping DNA is like just sex. I mean, a man leaves a piece of himself inside of you.
But man, that's the way they think. And like for women,
Swapping DNA. A man leaves a piece of himself inside you. No, Candace, no. Like, look, if you're using protection, the man's not leaving a piece of himself inside you, okay? And yeah, I mean, you can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to reawaken those old ways of thinking about things. That's like, that aren't entirely dead, unfortunately.
We get attached to them emotionally,
Right.
having sex with them,
Which
but
is why
they get
it's
attached.
Wait, Vanilla Sky logic?
more of a when women have a lot of partners, it is different. It is worse.
It is not different. What are you talking about? It's different for women to have a lot of partners? Is that what she just said? Yeah, I think I'd be rushing off to the ER if a piece broke off inside me. That's scary, yeah. How can Candace talk about the beauty of making love and also talk about swapping DNA? It's like we're bees, except you don't die. Well, yeah, exactly. Wasps, maybe? Men leave pieces of themselves in socks all the time, true. And in even weirder things than socks as well.
In a way, and people don't want to admit that, but because we are more emotional, there is an attachment. It isn't just sex for women. I think women are damaged by those relationships. Women like to think because of the social simulation that it can just be sex, it's whatever. Non-committal, the only people that benefit from that lie are men. It is not great to have sex and have a man not call you back. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't matter if a BuzzFeed article says it does. I had a wonderful weekend and this is why I had sex and didn't worry about it. You feel used, and especially I would say if you're not a sex worker and a man does that and never calls you back and you don't even have money to show for it, I think it diminishes your self-worth even more than your worth to a man.
The reason why I say sex is just sex is because in our line of work, we see it as transactional, right?
Biological
Especially
essentialism,
and then at the end of the
yeah.
day, they go home to their wives or whatever, right? And it's like you're emotionally being there for them and taking care of them and doing all this, that, or the other.
So then sex clearly isn't just sex, it's also emotional.
It can be, yes.
It can be, yes. But I was saying, according to the guy that he had on the last podcast, he said that for men, sex is just sex.
Well,
And that
I disagree with the idea that sex doesn't harm, or casual sex wouldn't harm a man or does harm women, or that sex is just sex. I think a lot of people tell themselves that, but I think it can lead to a lifestyle of just pure hedonism, whether you're a man or a woman, and that can be dangerous because then you're losing
Pure hedonism?
sight of other things that you value or other aspects of life. So I don't really think I think for some people that can be true, but I think for the majority of people, there's a reason why a lot of people are only into monogamy, or why that's been the norm for a lot of cultures. And I think most people are a little bit hardwired to kind of seek out those intimate relationships. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I think that's how most people are, where casual sex can be one.
And I think it can definitely be harmful for men. I want to be clear. I'm saying that it's different for men.
I gotta say something. I gotta be real with you, chat here. Doing this content, covering this content is harmful for me, and I am not sure how much more of this I can take. This is
it's different for women, but I don't agree with the statement.
I literally don't get paid enough to do this.
It's just sex at all.
and it's natural to be attracted to a lot of different people. You know what I mean? So it's
But that comes with self-control. I think attraction is one thing, and acting on those needs or wants by sleeping with multiple people. I don't understand that.
Did you want to come in on
I
this?
guess I don't. What do you mean?
Well,
I don't
not,
understand
not
why
in
would
response
you?
to her, but
Okay.
just the
in general.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the idea that sex is just sex. When I was younger, I definitely had a lot more,
listen, I feel grosser watching this than I don't know, having any number of one night stands. This is I don't know. I one night stand is a one night stand, right? You know, if you're not expecting any more than that, then it's not really that big of a deal. But this I honestly do feel dirty, and I feel vicariously used somehow, because I see how these guests are being exploited, and somehow I feel exploited and used too. This is gross.
sexual relationships, not one night stands or anything by that measure, more like situationship. And as I got older, my views on it kind of changed, and you do feel differently when, like you were saying, it doesn't feel good to hook up with somebody and not have them call you back. So I actually was selling
CL, what did you send?
for about 2 years before I met my partner, doing OnlyFans and everything else.
Your current partner?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sleeping with anybody. I stuck to it very hard because I just didn't really like the feeling of sleeping with somebody and then getting an emotional attachment to them. So I think that certain people, because everybody is different, I don't think that it's that black and white. But I think to some people and to some women and to some men, casual sex really is just sex, whether they're leaving DNA or not. I think that there are people that do actually feel that way, because I've met women that are like that. But for me, it is not that simple, and I don't think that it's that simple for most women.
Can I raise a possibility, just because it's something that I've sort of seen? So I do think it's possible that...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's different for everybody, right? I am somebody that is, I gotta trust somebody to be with them like that. I don't want to say necessarily, I do consider myself demi. Oh my god, anonymous gifter, 2 community gift subs to Horror Guy 42. Sorry, 42 420. A little bit more than just 42 right there. And Holographic Girl, tier 1 gift sub. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. This is like, yo, I might have to take you up on that, Yasiel. I might have to take you up on that. Anonymous gifter, thank you again. Oh my god. This is making me feel legitimately weird. A Mousebreaker just got a gift sub from anonymous gifter, and Legate Lanius Jr. also got a gift sub. This is your first sub? Nice. Like anywhere or just like in my stream?
Some people, sex may be detached from.
Yeah, actually, yo, Yasiel, I think I will take you up on the. Wait, we can wait. Oh my god. Do people watch Adam Ruins Everything? Like, this is on True TV. That's the only problem. I totally want to watch that. I just don't know because it's on like copyright. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when stuff is on TV. But like Adam has a channel, and I think you can get away with. I don't know.
Romantic emotions with that person, but I do think there may always still be an underlining psychological part there of at least an ego boost, at least some sort of like grab for validation, some sort of grab for emotional intimacy, even if you're telling yourself, I'm just doing this because having casual sex is empowering and sex is just sex. I think even in most of the cases where people genuinely believe they're just having sex because it's sex, if they ask themselves a little further,
demisexuals represent.
Why am I really doing this? Is it perhaps just, to placate my ego, or for some sort of male validation, or for some sort of like intimacy or connection because I'm not.
What I really need to know is not just like, does like Hassan like watch this stuff, but like it's like can it be on YouTube? Because that's the whole thing. YouTube is
it romantically otherwise. And more.
Oh my god, you're not even done yet. Anonymous gifter, thank you for Friedkey just got a gift sub thanks to anonymous gifter. I don't know, chat. I'm like, honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed. I feel like I let you down today by choosing this content. I thought I could do something with it. I thought I could transform it, and it's just making me feel yucky. And I'm sure if it's making me feel yucky, it's probably making you feel yucky too. Maybe. I don't know. How do you feel, chat? Do you feel yucky? I always try to get the Hassan drops, but that's a huge pool. Yeah, that's true.
Like serious relationship, I would also press for that as a possibility, even in those cases of people who genuinely do think for themselves that sex is just sex.
Well, I mean, I guess we can look to.
It's difficult to make you feel yucky about anything.
People that do it professionally. I mean, do you feel that there's some underlying male validation in your work or no?
I find it very meaningful. I find it meaningful when couples come in and they want to work on something. They're working on a goal. Maybe he's got a mental block and we're working on that. The gentleman that comes in that's having issues with erectile dysfunction and he's trying to troubleshoot that, and we actually create success for him. It's meaningful to me.
Wait, just one point of clarification. So you're a sex therapist?
As sex workers, we're basically sex therapists.
I mean, I don't have a counseling degree. I have a master's degree in education.
We have
I'm
an
a teacher.
article. You recently kind of went viral. Nick, can you pull up the article? Like, New York Post.
Yeah,
New York Post. I'm a sex therapist. I sleep with clients to save marriages.
Oh my gosh, I didn't
They went
realize you were
crazy.
this person. I did see.
Did you reacted to this, or you saw
almost
it?
did, but I'm
Luckily, it's not actually 4 hours. It's like an hour and 30 minutes or so. The rest of it, I guess, is like Candace leaves after that. So
here.
You're here now. So,
Perfect.
Nick, can you pull up the article really quick?
Yeah.
One more.
we got some votes for move on. Yeah. What do you think, chat? Do you one if you want me to move on? We do have the Noah Sampson video on pronouns and gamers and baby rage that we could take a look
Sex
at.
therapist Olivia Bentley. Wait. Takes a hands-on approach with her clients.
I just wanna. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, I really thought this would be funny to watch, but it's just.
Sleeping with them. I've saved marriages. The Boise, Idaho native told Kennedy News, calling her work life-changing. I get physically involved with the majority of the people I see. I think that's.
I mean, like, I got nobody to blame but myself. I was like, oh look, Candace Owens is getting cooked on Twitter. What is this about? And then I saw the clips of her, being like really weird to sex workers. And then I was like, oh my God, it's Pixie. I haven't seen Pixie in a long time. I didn't even know Pixie was still around, but
appeal. The veteran sex worker
there
who's
she
been 15 years
is.
in the industry claims that women have asked her to demonstrate sex acts on their husbands, while some wives grant their eager
I don't know. Maybe did I drink too much caffeine?
hubbies a hall pass to pay Bentley a visit.
Okay, I love that, a hall pass.
Good times.
Yeah.
Is that pretty accurate? I mean, so
Yeah.
you save marriages by having sex with the husband?
Well, I think the tabloids went a little crazy.
Oh, they,
with
okay,
the
okay.
whole, you know, but
New York Post is known to,
yeah,
okay.
They really, went wild with it. But I do help a lot of couples that come in.
Yeah, thank you, anonymous gifter. There are 5 people right now that are not seeing an ad, and it's because of you.
One right now is asking me to lend a hand, and he's more of a beta, and she'd like him to be more of an alpha, and she wants me to work with him on being more just outwardly in control and aggressive in the bedroom, things like that. There's a lot of different psychological needs and reasons why people would want to come and work with a professional sex worker.
Sure. Candace, it seemed like maybe you had something
I think
on
it's the
this.
most outrageous thing I've
Okay,
ever
now here... That's the most outrageous thing ever. Yeah, she's gonna have a go at the sex therapist, even though that she's pretty conservative. I think she sounds like she's along the lines of like Candace as far as her political ideology, but it's the most ridiculous thing that she's heard. I was about to say that sounds kind of cool because think about this, right? Why can't there be like a sex teacher? Oh my God, does this sound weird? I don't mean like a sexy teacher. I mean like a sex teacher. Like somebody who is like really good at various techniques and they can teach it. They know how to do it. They've experimented. They've got good, feedback from people that they've done it with, and they can teach you what works for them. And maybe what works for them won't exactly work for you, but I feel like if they get at it long enough, they'll be able to sort of figure out, like adapt it for different clients of like, okay, well, this is what I do, but if you're not that flexible, you can also do this, which is kind of similar, and maybe you even like it better. I feel like there should be a thing. I feel like, don't you think? Am I off base in thinking that sex teacher would be like a cool job? Like, I've got the glasses for it already, right?
It's so in the realm of like
Mostly for couples, sex therapy, yeah.
dragons and mythical creatures mythological creatures that it's hard to respond to. The idea that she's saving marriages.
You don't know what she does, though. You don't live her life. Like, Candace, come on. Like, certainly you can admit that you do not have the experience to really know what she's even talking about. I know that you're looking at it and you're like, saving a marriage by having sex with a sex therapist? That sounds like a great way to end a marriage. You should just go to church instead and pray really hard and be like, God, please make our marriage work out despite the fact that we can't stand each other. Despite the fact that we fight all the time, despite the fact that we're moving in different directions, God, please just like stick us together with your divine goo and make sure we can never get unstuck. Like that's Candace's. I feel like I would go with the sex therapist, right? I would explore that avenue.
It's just
you're in disbelief.
I'm actually.
I kind of want to be the sex therapist, right? Wait, could I do that? I don't know if my like dimminess would allow me to do that. I'd have to, if I had a separation between that and like my actual sex life, I could do that probably. But wait, that's hard though. Cause you're supposed to sort of like work with any client that comes in, and I don't know. Like I said, it takes a lot for me to feel comfortable. Like for me, it's not necessarily like, because demisexual, you think of like, that you need to be, friends before you can like have like you can transition that into a relationship. But for me, it's more about like knowing and like trusting a person and feeling comfortable with them. And that like a lot of times I feel like the relationships I get pushed into and I understand why it is, because most people have like after a certain amount of getting to know each other, they want to, they want to move it to the next level, right? And for me, I kind of just usually I need to get to know the person better, and they're ready to go after a certain point, and if I'm not, they assume that that means that I'm just not interested, and it's not like that. It's not like that, right? I'm still there. I'm still, answering their texts because I am interested, actually, but I just, need to know them a little bit better first. Anyway, I hear a meow. Poppy, is that you? Meow. Are you back? Jump up. Meow. Meow, can I give you a little bit of love? Oh no, nope. She does not want to be picked up right now. Okay.
Here's another utter disbelief that she's saving marriages.
Here's another example.
Sure.
So like, and this has been, there's multiple clients that do this, where the wife will not have sex anymore. She went and said, look, during when they were courting each other, she was down for sex. She was a sexual person. She was all about it. Then let's fast forward, they're married. We're married now, contract solidified. I don't want to have sex anymore. Ew, oral sex is gross. Oh, that's demeaning if you're asking me to do that.
So you're not saving marriages.
Okay, so that's a genius move right there. That is actually a genius move. Yeah, I can relate to this so hard, right? There's some stuff that I'm just like not going to be into, right? And what if I get with a person that is into that? And not only are they into that, they kind of need that in their life, right? I got two options. Either I can be like, I'm sorry, I was really into you, but you really want to do this thing, and if I did that, then I wouldn't enjoy it, and it wouldn't be fair to you, and right. So like, I guess we got to go our separate ways then. This is as far as we can take this relationship, right? I don't want to be, stuck saying that, right? If there's another option that's like, I give you a hall pass and you go and see the sex therapist, and the sex therapist, is really good at that thing that I don't do, right? Because there's things that, like, for most of us, there's things that we don't do, that we don't want to do, that we're not, really into. And there's a certain level in which, there can be some negotiation and some kind of, like there's a certain degree of like indulging a partner that you have that you're really into in something that you don't normally really enjoy that much. But there's a limit to that. Whereas, this seems like a good arrangement. Yeah, I think she is saving. What do you think, chat? One in chat if you think she's saving marriages. I think she could be. I think she very well could be. What? I don't even know why your message is getting caught up, Dragon. Oh, wait, I got it. Boom. Boom. Yeah, the super mod got your message, Dragon Princess. The mod of all mods.
You're helping people to keep up a farce that they are in a marriage. Because at the very moment that you let someone else into your marriage, it's no longer a marriage.
No.
Yeah.
And
guys
women,
women have
turned around and said, I will allow you to see a professional.
So they are not in a marriage. That's the point.
They're married. Or some of their wives are like dying from cancer and this, that, and the other.
Yo, I don't even know. Like sometimes it might be because it's too racy. It might just be like, I swear to God, people get caught in auto mod just saying random stuff.
If I'm dying from cancer and my husband goes to sleep with somebody else, I swear to God.
Their wives
we do have it kind of ramped up, like a little bit, but that's more of a factor of like when I used to get like a lot of harassment, right? I mean, I don't know. I could take a look and see if we could, can we like nerf auto mod a little bit, because it feels like it's just catching a lot of people.
Hold on, just one at a time, please. Go. Candace, were you?
I just would like to make the point that at the very moment that you loan your spouse out, especially if you're dying of cancer, so they can get off, you're no longer in a marriage. So it's just a farce. It's like it's a comical. You're pretending for people that you're in a marriage, that you're in a loving relationship. That's not what a marriage is. So to say that I help marriages, no, you help destroy marriages, and they can go out and say that we're still married.
You help destroy marriages. Like, look. I don't believe that. Which is not to say that I don't believe that she doesn't, get jobs trying to help save a marriage, and then the marriage ends up failing anyway, right? I'm sure that happens. But like, blaming her for it?
because what we've done is we've essentially said, you take care of this aspect of the marriage. It's like saying, you raise the kids, you have sex with him. This isn't a marriage. The whole thing is fake, right?
What do you think that they should do? What do you think that
they should work on their marriage together? The union between a husband and a wife should work on their marriage together to fix it. You don't bring out an outside person to sleep with your husband or your wife.
She's saying, I'm not down for sex.
Work on it together. What do you mean? Like, I'm seriously imagining her in a church praying. Like, what does she mean, work on it?
Then she might be down for a divorce.
I want to outsource the sex.
What if she's going to die from
go
cancer and she
One
wanted him and she allowed him to do that because he needed to get off some weight or
while he was.
I mean, that's kind of a hypothetical, but I don't know if that happens.
While she was dying of cancer, one of the last things on her mind was,
this is a real life. This is a real life. This is a real life. Yeah, this was a real. I'm asking you.
Is that what he told you?
Yeah. So
that his wife is dying of cancer, wanted him to come have sex with you.
Not with me. This is. From what I've heard, yes.
Somebody told you that as a dying wish, my dying
so
wife
how would
said,
you
please
want
go
that?
have sex with a prostitute.
I saw it on TikTok.
I mean, look, I believe her, but this is just the bait for Candace. Like I said, what they're trying to do, how shows like this get popular, is that they make clips. They get clips of exchanges like this where somebody's like, well, what about if the husband's dying or the wife is dying of cancer and she wants her husband to, right? And I'm sure that has happened. Candace is super archaic, yeah.
I'm just going to call bullshit on that altogether.
No, because it does happen.
Dying of cancer,
it happens.
Going through leukemia.
People will literally bring their guys here.
Please bring them on the podcast.
I just want to say that, okay,
it's I've ever heard in my life.
There's
a lot of crazy shit.
There's marriage counseling where they can take you through sex therapy where you don't have to sleep with somebody else. If it's about a woman not wanting to have sex anymore, what's the underlying reason? Are her hormones messed up so she's not wanting to be sexually active? Is there not enough foreplay when they're having sex? Like, there's other avenues you can take for sex therapy.
Normal couples counseling.
Yes, real couples counseling,
regular.
where you try to solve the problem and you release it, and you don't just source it out to a prostitute.
Go ahead.
The cancer thing is crazy.
It's just the most absurd.
The cancer thing is
He lied.
crazy.
He lied.
But outside,
Look, you say it's crazy, but it probably happened, right? This is a big world. It has a lot of people in it. Those people have experiences. And, somebody probably had that experience. Like, you don't know other people's, like, relationships, right? Somebody could very well have a relationship like that. God.
I don't think that it's up to any of us what constitutes a marriage because every relationship is different.
Well,
so
the Bible.
if a husband, okay, but
words
if
have
you're
meaning.
But not everybody's
everybody's
religious.
Well, wait, hold on. Is that a cross
It
necklace?
doesn't constitute, like, what do you
Wait,
got?
okay, really quick.
Not everybody's
Since we're
religious.
talking about religion really quick. Okay, you have a cross necklace, but then your shirt says "Made in Hell."
Yes,
Can
it
you?
does.
I'm a little confused.
Ironic,
Can you?
so- I mean,
I'm a little confused.
The stone is red, so they matched,
Why are you wearing a cross on your
color
neck?
coordinating with your necklace?
Because I don't see a cross as religious, so.
Okay, just like you don't see a marriage as religious.
I don't think that a marriage.
Have a meaning. This is why it's like people are out of stage. People are like, "What is a woman?" Because they just go, "Well, we're gonna call it a marriage, but we're gonna sleep with other people. We're gonna bring in prostitutes. We're gonna outsource raising the kids, or we're never gonna have kids. You're calling it a family. It's not a family, and this is what it is. The words have no meaning, right? I'm wearing the cross. Why? I don't know. I don't think of it as religious. Okay, well, Jesus Christ died on the cross.
You think that?
That's what you think.
Wait.
That's
It's
what you
been
think.
proven.
So why are
It's
you wearing the
been
cross?
proven.
Because I think
Sex
it's cute.
worker is a
I think
more-
the design is cute.
a better
Wait,
term.
really
I grew
quick.
up
Hold on.
Catholic. I was religious, and I'm not
Prostitution.
anymore. I don't have to believe in what you believe, and I can say that if
I didn't say
somebody's-
you had to. I asked you a question.
But
I
you're
said, why are
telling
you
me,
wearing the cross?
okay, and you're saying that the religious aspect of marriage is the only thing that matters. It's not because people don't follow what you believe.
Okay, I asked you why you're wearing the cross, and you said because you thought it was cute.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
glad we
did.
got an answer. She's wearing the cross around her neck because she thinks it's cute.
I do.
Would
I'm
you
not religious.
also wear like a Star of David?
It's cute.
As
Well,
like
because-
if it
Are we appropriate? Look, she wants to get in on this, right? She's one of the conservative panelists, right? And that's what they're doing is that the conservative panelists they're generally gonna try to get in on the game of embarrassing the other sex workers. But she's like literally suggesting that wearing a cross is cultural appropriation. These people don't care about cultural appropriation. They just think that you do. And they think that you're not going to be able to disambiguate like the difference between like somebody, I don't know what she's even describing, like what. It's metal in your lungs. That's true. That is true.
would you wear
Well, okay,
it?
well, I
I
don't
mean,
know
like,
where we're going
I'm
with this.
asking that because I wonder,
Well,
like,
I
my
have-
guess is that you would think that
gotta talk.
you maybe wouldn't wear Star of David because you're like, oh, this is maybe like disrespectful to people who are.
Are you making the
Jewish.
argument? Maybe. I mean.
No, I'm just.
The secular.
It's a very
here-
good question.
Look, if you're triggered by it, just say it, right? You don't get to play this game where you're like, well, I'm not triggered or anything, but actually you're being morally, inconsistent by appropriating that cross, even though you don't believe that a magical man walked on water, then turned it into wine, then made a whole bunch of fish out of a few fish and a bunch of bread, pulled the bread out of the sack, and he and he died, but he didn't really die. But then he went and saw some people, and then he was like, all right, I'm gonna die for real this time, see you later, but I'm gonna be back in like 2,000 years for the end times, for the stick around for that. That's like, yeah, no, if you don't believe in the mystical.
I'm just saying.
Devil's advocate here, secular argument. Someone might just say that the cross is just maybe it's more aesthetically pleasing even for an atheist. I don't know.
Sure, but liberals are all about like having respect and tolerance. So I'm just like wondering if you think it's
if you wear a yarmulke.
I think those are very
are you talking like
Why is the
blasphemy?
cross different from the yarmulke?
I'm just. I was raised Catholic, and that's just.
Would you wear a
I believe
yarmulke if you thought it was
No,
cute?
I wouldn't. I mean, a yarmulke is completely different than a cross that's been
not.
adapted.
There's
You can buy a
symbols of
cross
like a-
necklace anywhere.
There's symbols of a
Okay,
religious.
the argument of why it's different basically would come down to like how Catholicism has been practiced versus
The
Judaism.
argument of why it's different is because of power. Christianity is the prime, like, you know. You're literally talking about like a symbol of the dominant like religious culture, right? That's the difference. Get it?
In the sense that like Catholics did use the cross symbol, tried to place it like in indigenous populations, tried to spread it as much as possible, and that's why in modern day a lot of people think that's like more okay.
I believe that there's a teapot floating around in the Earth's orbit. You can't prove it's not there. I have so many cross necklaces, but because my partner saw, yeah, look at like you're lucky you didn't bring like there's no Goths on this panel, right? The Goths would have crosses. Yeah, it's like anti-white racism level cringe. Yeah. Also, you can't use the appropriation card on a religion that colonized half the world, right? I think somebody does bring. Is it Wait.
Because it was meant to be popularized. It was meant to be a symbol that the masses should look up to and should see in general, versus Jewish symbols, I would argue didn't go through that.
I think we're kind of derailing a little bit.
Yeah.
You wanted to come in, go ahead.
In other words, you're losing the argument because it's a ridiculous argument. And all we want to do is dunk on the libs here, because that's what the audience is here for.
So back to the interesting brothel stories, I wanted to say we do actually have men coming in with their parents. Yeah, this actually happened. So I had a time
Their parents?
where a guy came in with both his parents all the way from England to come to the Mustang Ranch because he wanted to lose his virginity.
Wait, is this
And
really
his
where we left
parents,
off? I'm just not following
And his parents
the relationship
paid
previous.
for him to have sex with legal prostitutes. I want your stance on that, because what's your stance on that?
And if I may,
Yeah, bit breaking. Candace hates crosses.
And wait, can I just say that for me, I enjoyed the experience.
Sex workers, not prostitutes.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
actually,
I'm sorry,
she said
wait.
prostitute.
Yeah, it's because they keep.
Wait,
But it's because they keep.
Yeah,
Wait,
she said
usually
prostitute
sex
at the beginning.
worker
Yes,
or prostitutes a
Is
little
it
bit more
question? Is it
demeaning.
like a? Is
Well,
it,
she said that at the
is it
beginning of the show.
offensive?
Legal
Yeah,
prostitute.
she said legal prostitute.
Yeah.
I don't want to offend anybody. Is prostitute like offensive?
It's old school. It's still on the books, like on Nevada's books. But like the hipper way to say it is sex worker.
But here's the thing with sex workers.
Personally,
that can
you can call me a legal prostitute.
Yeah,
I got you.
Cool.
But they want to be like. So do you see what he's saying? He wants to use it in order to denote the hierarchy that like we were talking about earlier. The idea that, you know, depending on what kind of sex work you do, there's like a hierarchy of like, you know, I'm a sex worker, but I don't do X because X is gross, and the people that do X, I'm not with them, right? That's the hierarchy, and that's what he's going for, is like the idea of like, well, yeah, but like a sex worker, that could be somebody who sells feet pics on OnlyFans. What if I'm talking about somebody that, you know, has gets paid to have sex? You know, I want to be able to, you know, say that specifically, and there is a name for that. It's called full service, right? That's full service. You don't need to call them, you know. Also, there was a monolithic Christian culture, much like white culture, Western culture. She likes the distinction. She's. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I got that. I think okay, so she's saying legal prostitute. She's saying those words because she works in Nevada, and I don't know. That might actually be like what it's how it's codified in the law, right? Because Nevada has legalization that also, I think you have to get a license, and you get, you know, tested for you know, you take SDI panels, and it's you know, like I don't know what they call that though. I don't know if like on the paperwork it says I'm a licensed sex worker, if it would say legal, you know, what she said was, but I get the feeling that she's saying that her definition of herself applies to what she does in Nevada.
But the thing with the term sex worker is that is such a broad, it includes strippers, it includes women who take lingerie photos who aren't naked.
In 2 counties?
Wait, question. Is stewardess okay? Because you're a flight attendant, so I'm just curious.
It's not the term that we
Would you be
prefer.
offended if someone referred to you as a stewardess?
No,
You get any
older people do all the time.
Doesn't bother you?
No.
Okay. All right. Just curious.
Well, listen, I feel like the stewardess thing, I mean, they've been called flight attendants for a really long time. Like, right? The only time I ever hear somebody say stewardess is it's like a 1950s movie or something, right? So, you know, it's maybe at this point it's so antiquated that it doesn't have the pejorative impact. But yeah, like I mean, like that was.
I want to make sure since we're
like they changed it for a reason.
It's not a big deal.
Earlier it was like talked about like how, you know, sleeping or letting your husband or wife sleep with someone else is like irresponsible or it's not a marriage anymore. Like I'd be kind of curious of what you believe a responsible marriage is like. Or I understand that you have a religious view on marriage, but when I think about a marriage, I think like I could see somebody saying they're married if it's like completely romantic, like you're not allowed to do romance with anyone else. Like basically, what does a responsible marriage mean to you?
Marriage is not just a contract. Like it wasn't just like the government came up with a contract for people to get married. You know, the history of marriage, you can't separate that from the church. The problem is people are trying to make things cool and trying to update and make them modern. And now people are saying you can have a polygamous marriage and you can bring in other people on the outside of a marriage. What's the point of getting married? Literally, I'd like to ask the question: if you think that you can,
Well, wait.
if you want,
Candace, if your idea of marriage is you are stuck together forever, right? Then that's a contract that not a lot of people are going to want to sign, right? That's what she wants, right? She wants it like that, like it used to be, that you what you had to prove that like the no fault thing came about because you like in order to get it out of a marriage, you had to prove that your husband had cheated, or else it was called abandonment, and you know you're basically on your own, like financially, if that's how it gets.
to marry somebody and then outsource the sex, you know, outsource the
It's only in Churchill and Elko counties.
responsibility, outsource what the labor of love is actually supposed to be about. Why not just stay single?
So you wouldn't do a threesome with your husband?
Absolutely not, because he's my husband.
Do you believe
You own him.
Ask that to get the
Well,
answer?
no one else can have him.
I mean, there's
Absolutely
married
not.
Forever.
couples that want to have threesomes, and
you know
some
what
of
happens?
these ladies are
You
bi-curious.
should jump into those Reddit threads, because every single time that marriage ends in divorce. There's so many Reddit threads
No,
about
they don't.
No, to be fair, like what, over 50% of marriages end in divorce? That is not as strong of a claim as Candace thinks it is.
And a lot of them
I have
actually
regulars
do really
of
well
over 5
too.
years.
Okay.
And
There's
they're
some that
not
do really
divorced.
Do you
well.
believe
Well-
atheists can get married?
I think atheists get married because they want a tax break. I don't see the point in an atheist getting married. Why don't you just live with your partner, okay? Whoever it is that you're dating, you're at the stage you said, I don't know if you live with your boyfriend or
Okay, like, is there really a tax break? Like, I mean, it makes some things easier, like insurance, but
wherever it is. Why take the next leap? If you're wearing crosses for fun and, you know, it
I mean,
seems
if
like
you're actually
good.
asking
Yeah.
there's definitely a tax break in like having, you know, kids, but oh my God, atheists want the same rights as other people, right?
question. I mean, because then I would just be pledging the fact that I would want to be with them forever.
But you can just be with them forever. So what is it that you crave that when you want to get married? What's that?
Oh yeah, good point. For what Walton Bleach brings up, there's also medical and power of attorney stuff. So yeah, there's some really important things that you don't get without that. The tax thing only really works if one of you makes way more money than the other.
That next step for you, what does it mean? What's the difference between dating and marriage?
Because it's a commitment.
Is dating not a commitment?
It's a commitment, but it's saying a next step. It's solidifying it.
Okay, solidifying what? Because if
solidifying a bond between two people that love each other.
Okay, but what is solidified? If you can then jump into that next commitment, which is the exact same as dating, and you can sleep with other people, and you can put topless photos on the internet, what are you getting married for? Pictures on Instagrams to say you did it?
I mean, I'm not sleeping with other people.
What's the difference for you between dating and marriage?
I just told you, it's a bond between two people. You're solidifying that by law. You're literally making it known. I want to be with this person forever. It isn't just a simple breakup. Oh, I can go and do whatever the fuck I want and leave. It's a partnership. It's a bond. It's forever.
But there's no difference between dating and marriage. There is other than the idea in your head that it's a bond, because you're saying also.
But it's not an idea in my head. It's on paper.
Oh, okay, it's a paper. That was the point.
But it's not but I'm saying it's not a tax break. It's a legal thing.
And I think
I'm
for people that are
connecting to somebody for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Well, I think for people that think about marriage and don't think about a cross as something funsy to wear, it's not a piece of paper. It is a union between a man and a woman, a sacred union that should be protected from external forces. Definitely not something that you open up. How I would feel disgusting if my husband ever came to me and said, I want you to sleep with another man or sleep with another woman so that I can fill my sexual fetish. I mean, it's an utter perversion of what it means to be married. And
it's weird that like fetish is getting taken to just be like just this all-encompassing negative thing. So like words like degenerate, you hear them a lot more often. That's kind of like an old school word, and it's specifically a word which the Nazis used, right, to describe any culture that was not incorporated into the dominant culture was degenerate, right? So it's kind of a weird word to use, but a lot of people are like, just come on, it's a degenerate, don't be right? But that whole concept is kind of akin to what she's saying with like using fetish as like a catch-all. Well, that's just like your fetish or something. Oh, is that because you're into it? Then that's bad. I don't know.
It will lead to divorces. People that have this perspective will, and I'm not saying that if you don't do it, you won't get divorced 100%, but I do want to say that there is probably a reason that a lot of sex workers struggle to find people that want to marry them.
Well, can I say a lot of the perversion that comes, if you are not going to be acceptant with your partner, if he comes to you and is like, hey, I really like getting pegged, I want you to peg me, and you're like, ew, that's so disgusting. Like, I would never do that. You want me to eat your ass? I would never do that. Well, then, okay, what are you going to do? Divorce him? Or what are you going to do? Realistically, I'm asking you hold on. I want to know. What are you going to do? That's your husband. He's like, hey, babe.
I think one of the things about marriage that's really beautiful is I know what my husband, before we got married, I think I know who he is.
But things change, and maybe he wants to start exploring.
He wants to start doing what?
He wants to start exploring, and he's like, oh my gosh, maybe I do want you to like eat my ass, and I kind of want you to peg me. Like I kind of want anal penetration from you because you're my wife and you're so beautiful and hot, and we're married and we have kids together, and I'm feeling a little bit kinky, and I with you, since we have this special marriage and bond. How would you feel if we could just try this out just this one time, babe, please?
I think it would probably indicate to me that my husband was involved in some perverse world, whether it was through pornography, that something else was happening on the side, because these aren't normal things.
No, she wants to say it would make me think that my husband is gay. Like, that's what she's getting at. And but again, she's putting that as like being this like fallen state of humanity or something like that. I don't know. He was involved in some perversion. What if he just wanted his salad tossed? What if he just wanted to get pegged? Why can't that just be okay? But yeah, no, it's definitely she is Well, I think what the panelist was trying to do was bring her into their world a little bit, as in, realistically speaking, if you're not the kind of wife that wants to do, you know, there's any number of things that your husband could be into, and if you're not willing to provide that, then what do you want to do? Just tell him, like, I'm sorry, it's been great, but I'm just not into that, or, you know, like, this is probably another
that people just think of
service that could be provided, right? If that you know,
when they wake up.
So
like,
what's your
hey,
next
I'd
move?
really like a strap-on dildo.
Okay, right.
Well,
So what's your
also,
next move?
What's the ultimatum? He's
Wait,
going
hold
to
on.
divorce me if I
Wait,
don't
so
peg
what's
him?
your- so what's your next move?
Crazy. I would think that individual would probably need therapy and not the kind that you give.
Okay, and but you're gonna stay with
You don't.
this person?
You don't immediately divorce.
Okay,
marriage is
You're gonna
about
say-
working
not immediately.
through issues and working
Would you
through
take him
problems.
to? Would you take him to like conversion therapy first? What would you do?
Immediately divorce him, and this gets back to what she was saying about.
Would she take him to like Fred Phelps? Oh wait, Fred Phelps is dead. Would she take him to some super what is it called, mega church? You go to a mega church and like some televangelist puts his hand on you and it's like, I ask for the awful demon, the demon to be cast out, and for you no longer to want these perverted things that are now probably in the preacher's head too, right? Like now the preacher's thinking about the pegging and the salad being tossed.
Because if your husband, if suddenly a woman doesn't want to have sex, which would be another huge issue in a relationship, I would hope that my husband wouldn't instantly divorce me, but I would hope that they would take
some guys are terrified of that, and some guys don't even feel like they can open up to their wives about that.
I mean, that's probably
about that.
Sounds
stuff.
like they need therapy.
They
Then
need
if they
therapy.
can't open up.
therapy, but what are you, conversion therapy? They need oh wait, or are they saying like the sex therapy?
And yeah, I
You gotta
know,
work on your
But
marriage.
the thing is that they'll come to us, talking to us about that. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
and I think
don't know. I
that's
think it's-
unhealthy, and I think that
No, I mean, look, I feel like for somebody that feels that way and that they don't have anybody that they can talk to, I feel that's very healthy for them to talk to someone, right? I don't know. Like, yeah, she just wants you to suppress it. She would just be like, you know, go to church, pray on it, suppress it.
you know the fact that sex work
Yeah, anti-butt stuff, conversion therapy.
exist as this what you believe to be a solution, when in fact that's a detriment, because you're getting in the way of the wife and the husband being able to communicate. And so I would much rather my husband go, if there was
ask you to strap up and
an issue and your wife's not having sex, I'd rather him go talk to a priest. I'd rather him go talk to another male.
What if the priest tries to have sex with him?
A male sit down and talk about, hey man, you should talk to her about
Okay,
this.
but let's be
I'd rather
real.
him
What
no
man nowadays
let me
is
finish
gonna
my
do
statement. I'd rather him, what do you mean?
What if the priest is Father Pxie?
Bros
What I'm
talking to each
asking.
other about things, that's a normal. I'd
Especially
rather, if I have an
outside,
issue
I
in
feel like
my,
that's pretty
it's pretty
normal.
normal. I'd rather go talk to my sisters about things that are going.
You'd rather have your husband get into a threesome with Dio and Father Pxie than just maybe consult a sex therapist?
on
No,
my
I said
marriage.
what
There's a
man?
lot of steps you can take before you talk to a prostitute about your marriage. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I live in such a crazy.
well, I'm
place,
saying what
but
man is
I
willing
don't know.
to do
I
that?
turn on
Because
turn on a
apparently
Taylor
we
Swift
get a lot
song,
of those on
cry
this
a little
side,
bit in
is
my
what I'm
room. I don't know. There's a lot. I would turn to
Wild
Taylor Swift
proposition.
before I would go to a prostitute about
Well,
my marriage.
I
and
know, but you're not a male, so
No,
I'm just saying, like,
men can talk to
where-
other. What are you talking about?
Men can listen to Taylor Swift. What?
There's all of these podcasts of men talking to men and being inspirational and talking about
You're literally talking about the manosphere.
porn addiction and talking about
That is the opposite of healthy. Like they're gonna take your husband who thinks he has a porn addiction and get him into some weird unhealthy habit where he hates himself if he doesn't complete nofap for a certain amount of time.
the things that are corrupting men's minds. That's out there.
Okay,
and
and I
those
know
are I would much rather my husband listen to those men,
Right.
and look for guidance, whether it's in the church,
I
whether
hear
it's on a
you.
podcast, whether it's a spiritual leader, than to turn to a prostitute in a brothel.
I hear you.
So there's a lot of steps that you can take from we're having an issue in our marriage to my husband's at a brothel laying next to a prostitute talking about issues in my marriage.
I think actually, let me just step in really quick. I do think though, I would like to redirect the conversation because I do think it's probably a very small portion of people who are married are seeking to bring in a prostitute for the husband. It just seems like such a small kind of, I don't know. What's up, really quick?
Statistically, married men are actually the highest number of clientele for prostitutes.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying, please listen for me. I'm literally telling you guys, males come to us and say all this stuff, which is like, they're first scared of you guys because how you might react. Two, they feel like they can't be honest and open with you guys. That's why they result in coming to places like
just
that.
so you guys know, that statistic doesn't mean that the majority of married men go to prostitutes. So
I didn't say that.
No, I know. I'm just letting her know because she said, like, yes, like it was if it was a debunk.
No,
I think what he's saying is that the majority of married
nice.
men don't turn
I'm just saying, like,
to prostitutes.
No, he didn't say the majority. He basically said there's like nobody doing this. Let's be real. This isn't like a real thing. Like, why are we even talking about this? And it is.
a lot.
there might be a small-
And look, there's other, you know, people that like might go, like imagine like there's probably like couples that, you know, together you know, see a sex worker, right?
Contingent, and they might be majority married.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
I think
get
that's a
everything.
good reason to have.
Candace is a dom. Wow, thank you for that, Faye Molly, and thank you for the resub.
I guess on the point of like something was brought up earlier about like what is like a responsible marriage to you. So part of being a good partner as like a wife or a girlfriend to whoever you're with is making them.
Oh, yo, okay, so do you see right here? Candace spitting facts. Christ is king. Anybody recognize that phrase? That particular phrase, right? Because it could sound like, you know, if you didn't know better, it could sound like just like, oh, they're saying that they are religious and they are Christian and they are very much into their relationship with Jesus. And they just like to let us know. It could sound like just a Christian thing, right? Christ is king. Okay, I mean, that's what, you know, Christians believe, so leave it at that. Nope. Nope. I wonder if it's on ADL. It's actually a Groiper thing. It's a Nick Fuentes fan. Like Nick Fuentes fans are known as Groipers, right? And that is a dog whistle for them. Like, yeah, so, and the thing about it is, if I call it out as a dog whistle, a neat little thing happens, right? If I say like that, you're a Groiper. Oh, so you're saying that everybody that likes Jesus is a Groiper now? She's basically saying that Christianity is racist. What do you think about that, other Christians? You're not racist, are you? She's calling us racist. It's like, no, motherfucker, I'm calling you racist because you're a fucking Groiper. Because I know the dog whistles, but like, yeah, that's how a dog whistle is supposed to function. But that is a Nick fan in the chat. That gives you some idea of who watches this stuff, right?
Feel comfortable telling you anything, especially if it's something that they think is serious enough to consider
obey your Christ,
leaving like their relationship with you for. Like if it's serious enough that they would consider divorcing you if they can't explore the sexual fantasy or anything like that. I think that's just a part of being good on the.
Yeah, holy cack is one of the I'm looking in chat.
I agree with what you're saying here, that they
that's a Groiper emo, or the avatar,
that these men don't feel comfortable that they could tell their wives, and I guess that's just a part of being, not that it's justifiable that you as a wife you should give in to any sexual fetish your partner brings to you. It's whatever you're comfortable with and wherever your boundaries are, but I guess that's a part of that continuous conversation with them, so that they always feel comfortable bringing up anything to you as a friend, as like a confidant, and knowing they're not going to be judged, but that they'll be a partner with you in figuring out what to do.
What I hate about this is that, like, in this chat, like, I do see, like, I mean, most of these people are right-wingers, right? But I do see a few people that, like, I think somebody's cheering Pixie on in the chat, and they don't seem to get what environment that they're walking into, right? And partially because, yeah, to a lot of people, Christ is King just sounds like a cool thing, like a cool Christian thing to say. Like, you know, it's just like, hey, believe in Jesus over here, right? Fine, you believe, right? But
do have to move on, so we have a couple chats here I want to try to get through. We have Beaten Cheeks. Candace Owens, do not hold back on these libs. Wipe the floor with your intelligence. Congrats on being prego again. Be easy with my Essie, though. She's about to get retired out soon.
Okay, first of all, I have beef with Beaten Cheeks because he asked me on a date and then posted a photo with another girl on Twitter.
Oh,
so
are you guys loyal?
Oh my God, I want
to. And you guys are committed to.
I want to be done with this, chat.
With his
we're
ridiculous
basically together,
nails.
so he's posting photos.
Look, I don't feel bad about anything sexual I've ever done, okay? But I legitimately feel dirty for watching this.
With another woman right after asking me out.
Beaten Cheeks.
He's
How
literally
could you
breaking my heart. He's breaking
commit
my heart.
this act of infidelity on Essie over here, who you've never met yet? Okay, we have Frankie K. Hey, thank you, man. You know what's funny about Beyonce? She encourages single ladies to have fun, supports promiscuous behavior in her music, and perpetuates the I don't need a man mentality. And when she's done recording, she goes home to her husband and her children, who, by the way, Jay-Z cheated, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Good point, Frankie. Thank you, man. We have Canada J. Candace, the Honey Badger Queen. Is that your nickname?
I don't know.
Or did you just get bestowed with
I just got bestowed.
Thank you for your voice and being on. This wacky space is a cultural battlefield that somehow pushes beyond ideological bubbles. When are Jeremy and Ben going to make Brian an offer? Seriously, think about it.
Yeah. I'll bring it to them. I've got a lot to bring to them after.
Yes.
So,
Nice.
and I taught for a while. So I come in and out. I'll go into white collared work and then I'll go back into the industry because it's fun for me. I enjoy it and it is good money and it's an adventure. I enjoy going out with these guys and being a travel companion and getting to go on vacations.
No, I just wanted to ask you, as the man sitting at this table, are you attracted to their lifestyles? Do you think men are attracted to their lifestyles? I'm just curious about your opinion, just to hear a male.
I don't care.
Well, that's so rude.
No,
He
but
sat
I mean,
here and asked you your opinion about everything.
No, I said like good thing I don't care for
But I
what
didn't-
other male has to say about my industry, though.
But
I'm
he's
just
been
saying.
asking you questions about what.
But you see, like, look, legitimately, okay? What she's trying to do here is make them feel bad about their line of work by being like, okay, so the man, the representative of manness, masculinity, whatever, right, on the panel here, what do you think about dating somebody that's a sex worker? Would that be like a negative on the score chart? And she's just like, bitch, I don't care. Like that you're not gonna shame me. And Candace was like, oh, are you insecure? Are you insecure?
What you think about men?
No, I'm gonna
He's been
listen to
asking you
him.
questions about your life, and the first thing when I
No,
ask one
he can
question to
say his
him,
question.
I just wanted to ask one question of a man. We've been having all these females talking, and I just wanted a Moid to talk as well.
say
just
I
saying,
don't
like,
care. I feel like that's
personally,
I'm very hurt.
Like-
I want to know.
Yeah, I'm
As
just,
a
I
man,
just,
it's
yeah,
an
but
apology.
why
How dare
interrupt
you.
that? Like when he asks you a question, what if someone said, "I don't care what she says"? You know, I think that's just a
no,
little
like
rude.
I'm saying like because
What would it be like a mascoid?
everybody's always out here. I see your faces that you're giving her and stuff like that. And I think
No,
it's funny.
I just am
And so I'm
saying
just
like I'm letting her
like,
talk, but I just wanted to hear his opinion on it. So
I just wanted to hear his opinion. I guess maybe you're a man hater and you don't want to hear his opinion because he's a man and you hate men. And
was that like a little bit of insecurity?
Was that like a little bit of insecurity?
To just jump and say I don't care because
Can I
did you
poach
think
Candace?
No one asks you if you care or not. Like
From the Daily Wire.
Well,
I think I need
it
to
was
cut.
just a little.
But no, you did. You were literally asking him that to try to make them feel bad about what they're doing for a living. To make them feel like, well, I guess men don't want you, and I've got the ring, I've got the baby, I've got like, and you're just, you think you're so cool, flaunting your sexuality, and really, I don't know, she's,
rude.
Go ahead, Brian.
I need to
It's gonna
cut-
get
I
You
need
worse.
to
talk so
defend
much.
her.
We've all been letting people
It's gonna
talk
get
with different
worse.
perspectives. So I just thought it was like suddenly he hasn't even said
it's like,
anything,
that's interesting.
and you've
there
already
was a
diminished.
few times where
What?
condescending
Okay, well,
look.
You can't say it, but yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's been treating you like garbage and asking you weird questions that like imply some fucked up stereotype that he has of people who do sex work. That he's been treating you like, less than human because of your job. But she realized I can't actually say that on the show or else I'm kicked off. So
In any case,
it's
so
okay.
I just want to hear
Just
a male
continue,
voice. Like we've been all talking
okay,
about our
I'm
opinions.
trying to let Brian continue, and you're still talking.
Yeah, now it becomes a contest of like, now you're the one interrupting Brian. I'm not interrupting Brian. Let's hear what Brian has to say. Brian, what do you have to say about this?
Okay.
A little bit of insecurity coming out over there. Not sure where it's coming from, but go on.
Go ahead, Brian.
I love her
Oh,
smug.
do I have your permission? Is it okay? It's okay. Okay, cool. So sorry, can you just repeat the question one more
Yeah,
time?
I was just saying, like, it's interesting because we're all women and we're giving different perspectives and the female perspective on this topic. When you hear what she just said about sex work and how she feels about sex work, or you hear what she's saying, or you hear what she's saying, what is your honest opinion as a man? Because what we're trying to get to, I think, the nucleus of is, you know, high value women, high value men, what creates that, how men respond to that, and we have the opportunity to
that is the game. That is the marketing pitch that you do. Also, anonymous gifter, thank you for the community gift sub. Who did that actually go to? Scroll. Doormat scratch marks. You just got a tier 1 gift sub. Yeah, thank you, anonymous gifter.
You're a man. I don't know.
I mean, I personally would not date a woman who is involved in sex work in any of its various manifestations.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point, Scott. I'm sure she'll ask these women what they think about his job too, right? Oh my God, no, that actually is that's even a better chat than I thought it was, right? Because like, look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing. He's running this podcast exploiting these women, right? I don't know if they're getting paid. I hope they're getting paid. I mean, I know they get a little something out, maybe out of the exposure, but it's like, it comes at such a price. Because like, they're basically being set up as bowling pins for Candace Owens to knock down, right? Just like the Gen Zers that came on the week before were set up like bowling pins for Michael Knowles to knock down. I mean, they're trying to make clips. They're trying to embarrass them. They're trying to dehumanize them. It's, you know, yeah, what he does for a job is unironically the worst thing anybody at this table does. Well, no, Candace. I guess, I don't know. I guess Candace and him could vie for the worst job.
And I'm not really like a hater if people want to do that sort of thing. If other people want to do that sort of thing, I just think it's kind of societal level. I don't know if it's
on a societal level. You might be ruining society, but I'm not gonna say that out loud. Oops, I just did.
You know, the best thing, but I'm kind of like, hey, whatever, go do your thing. But as far as my own personal preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to a relationship, I don't foresee myself wanting to get involved with someone who does sex work.
And why do you think that is? I think most men would agree with you. I think that makes sense to me. But why is that? Because I think it's just interesting to hear a male perspective. That's all.
Sure. I mean,
that's all. Not trying to like dehumanize you or anything. I just like, let's hear a male perspective on why you don't want to be.
Kind of going back to there being different levels to it. So I mean, if she's a prostitute or was a prostitute, I mean, it's kind of, I feel like that's just common sense. Like, I wouldn't, no offense, I just wouldn't date a woman who's a prostitute.
I'm not offended, like I said.
And
wait, is his name really spelled Brixan? Like, is that a way to spell Brian? I'm confused. They just said Brixan, but maybe that's him, right? And his name is, they're calling him Brian. Is it?
Probably they wouldn't want to date me. I don't know. It's fine. It's cool. But yeah, I wouldn't. No, because I would want monogamy. I'd want loyalty. And even though it's for work and they're just doing it for money, my view of sex is not, I don't think you can, well, people do, but I don't think you ought to detach intimacy from sex. And people who engage in a lot of casual sex or people who do it for work, you've essentially just detached intimacy from sex. So definitely not a prostitute. I mean, not a stripper, not a OnlyFans, no.
I feel like that was just like an unnecessarily long way to answer. Like, no dude's gonna want to date a hooker. I don't know. It's like, I don't think it's like that.
Yeah, and I said I don't care because it's like, and you're like, no, don't take offense. Like, I'm not gonna take offense to something I don't care about. That's why I'm like,
no, it's just a preempt.
And you stated, you were like, and you looked at me and you said, and don't take offense. Like,
no, like, look, I'm gonna insult you through Brian, but don't dare respond to it, right? Just sit there and act like it's not a insult, because the cloak is the dagger is under a cloak, right? So you can't pretend that it's a dagger even though I'm jamming it into you. Yeah, that's really,
baby, I'm not offended by any means. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's
totally
not
fine.
looking for a high-end relationship right now.
I'm not trying to offend you. She was just asking me.
Yeah, I literally was just asking.
Yeah, I don't want you to be offended or triggered.
Question.
No, I know.
Yeah, earlier I was like talked about like promiscuity. Like, I'm assuming you guys believe like promiscuity is like bad or shouldn't be encouraged in society.
I mean, that's what they're trying to make. Those are the clips that they're trying to make.
I was wondering what specific factors do you think encourage it most? Do you believe it's like media? Do you think like birth control has anything to do with it? Do you believe?
Oh my God,
like,
this is so bad. Chat, you kind of voted to like go away from this, right? Like I'm hypnotized or something. I don't know. I'm also dealing with this, like, this microphone is kind of, I don't know how long this is going to last. Like, oh, God damn it. It's, it just like, it's being a little intermittent in, how I hear the sound.
Know what your top factors of promiscuity are, what you believe it is.
Like, it's cutting out. That's the word for it.
Yeah, so I would say number one contributor is culture and the education system. So I remember when I was left-leaning, a lot of my ideas came from the school system and just what you're talking about, Planned Parenthood in the classroom. That effort began in the 70s. The majority of high school
Planned Parenthood in the classroom.
Were graduating with their virginity intact in the 70s before they started teaching health class, which was...
Candace, I'm going to point out something really simple. How do you get the results of like who's graduating with their virginity intact and who's not? Do you ask them? Do you have a virgin detector, perhaps? It's like a metal detector that you would take to the beach, and where the metal detector on the beach would go bip, 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 when you go over a coin or something like that, right? The virgin detector will go bip, 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 when you flash it over somebody's crotch that's a virgin. Are you using a virgin detector? Were they using a virgin detector back in the 70s to see who was a... No, that's right, Candace. They were asking them. They were asking them in the midst of a culture which is, in general, more sex negative, in which the right answer, the good answer, the answer you're supposed to give is, of course, yes, I'm a virgin. I've never had sex, right? And then you ask a bunch of people now when it's actually kind of not cool to be a virgin. And you've got some people who are probably saying that they're not virgins when maybe they really are, right? Do you think that that could be contributing in the least amount? Look, I'm sorry, but your poll is worthless, right? Self-reported, who's graduating from high school as a virgin. Come on, Candace.
Teaching people that everybody's doing it, and actually they weren't, and within one decade...
Oh, that's right, you dropped out if you got pregnant. Yeah, back in the day.
It completely flipped, and the majority of teens were now graduating having lost their virginity. So we ceded a lot of that to the education system, which when parents had more control over their children, what was happening in the classroom was based...
And they could tell us that there's a stork that mommy and daddy lie really close together, and then a stork comes and delivers the baby, and that's what happens.
It's on arithmetic and not cultural issues, and focusing on engineering children to think that sex is this positive,
And also, if you masturbate, your hand will grow hair.
You just do it. Everybody's doing it.
You'll go blind.
It doesn't matter if you have multiple partners. You combine that with feminism.
Yeah, this is the kind of sex education people... Look, it's a joke now. It's the going blind thing, the hair on the palms thing. Like, it is absolutely a joke. But that came from real situations. There were real parents. And look, my parents were like that too. In terms of the sex education that I got at home, I am so lucky that school had sex education. Otherwise, I would have never known. They wanted to explain how the birds and the bees worked to me. They tried to do it. but every single time they would get into like explaining it, and then they would kind of be like, oh nope, can't say that word, oh nope, don't want to say that, and they would tell me some weird version of how sex works that wasn't really how sex worked. I literally thought for a good portion of my life that the man, you know, pees in the woman's butt, and that was how babies were babies. That's literally what I thought, because they just couldn't explain how it really, they had tried to get up the nerve, and they thought they had the nerve, and then when it comes out, it's like this weird like story, it's this weird like fairy tale version of how reproduction works that doesn't really have anything to do with how it really works.
In the classroom, I was forced in college to take a Feminism 101 course, and they kind of made you think that, yeah.
Beaten Cheeks donated $200.
It's Beaten Cheeks again.
Candace, please tell these women their past promiscuous matters to be with a decent guy that will not be beta males. SC, that was just a friend. We still on relax.
Wait, did she say that when she graduated, it was like most people were virgins?
Just answer my text and we
Oh yeah, we'd skip the trans part.
But I promise equals D.
All right, thank you, Cheeks. Was there a question here for Candace, or please tell these women her past promiscuous matter?
Wait, do you mind if I push back a little bit on the education system comment?
Sure.
Okay. Because at least from the things that I've read and that I've studied, it seems like that is true, but in a very particular context. And that very particular context was like basically abstinence only education, which I don't know about you guys, but makes complete sense to me. Because if you tell teenagers like, don't do this thing is like super, you know, like don't do it. It feels super good, but you're not supposed to do it or whatever. If you phrase it that way, then teenagers are going to go out and do it. Because like at least everything that I've seen recently has been talking about how if you talk about proper sex ed, and people who have more access to contraceptives as well as better sex ed, tend to have like a lower body count than people who are like in like low.
I mean, look, like I'm glad that she's pushing back. I wish that she wasn't pushing back from a framework of like, let's get those body counts down. That's a real problem. People having a body count. But I mean, like, I kind of understand that that's the waters that she swims in these days. The, you know, kind of places that she guesses are going to be more like
lower education, less sex ed, less access to contraception. So I was just wondering, like, your thoughts.
But yeah, it's true. More sex ed has a lot of good. It makes it less likely for an unwanted pregnancy to happen. It makes it less likely that a child is going to be like, you know, is going to be victimized, right? Because if there is sex ed that happens early, and kids at least know, you know, the basics, and then they know that, you know, most importantly, that nobody is allowed to, you know, touch them certain places unless they want that, right? And that an adult, you know, asking to do something like that is somebody that should be regarded with suspicion, and that you should go and tell an adult what happened and, right, you know, protect yourself, right? If kids don't know what sex is, then they don't know when something's happened to them that's wrong. And so there's so many reasons, there's so many levels in which this is important. It's so gross that Candace Owens still wants to roll back sex ed, right? Wants to take that back to the 70s or the 50s or whatever the hell.
On that.
I'm telling you, it's not true factually. In the 70s, before they got Planned Parenthood went in the classroom.
Before Planned Parenthood went in the classroom.
Started funding initiatives, and they started teaching sex education. There used to not be sex education in school, and the way that they got it into the classroom in the 70s was by saying, you know, it's better to teach them, which is what you're saying, because then they'll be more responsible. It actually, within one decade, it flipped. The majority of high schoolers were graduating with their virginity before there was sex.
But you're somebody who thinks that that's a problem, right? That's
education, and then when they put sex education in the classroom, the majority of them within 10 years were.
You're not talking about, like, you know, STI infection. You're not talking about unwanted pregnancy. You're not talking about anything like that, because those indicators went down, right? You're talking about the number of people that will say that they have had sex before when asked in a poll. That's all you're talking, and I'm going to say for several reasons that's suspect, right? You're going to have people saying that they've had sex when they haven't because they think that they should have had sex. And you're going to, especially back in the day, you're going to have people saying that they didn't have sex when they did have sex because that was what you were supposed to do, right? People in a poll will, you know, especially when there's like a morality associated with it, or even you could say like a like an ego factor there. Either of those is gonna flip your answers from what is the actual truth to what the person thinks that you want to hear.
Were not graduating with their virginity, so it actually sexualized children.
Yeah. My understanding, but the reason why was because the first manifestations of sex education was abstinence only,
and it was working is what I'm saying to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was working. So abstinence, it used to be, you know, considered, and I'm not at all trying to, I'm just telling you what the facts are here. Like when people,
it was working because it got kids to lie on polls, right? And it was better when people would lie about like whether they'd have. Yeah, this is
when abstinence was the cultural simulation. When everyone said you should be abstinent, you should not have sex before marriage. That idea was permeated throughout culture. It was reflected in culture. There were no sex ads. There weren't people naked on the internet, and people lived their lives. It was considered a big thing, you know, to lose your virginity. You were actually considered someone that maybe a guy wouldn't want to marry because you lost your virginity. That was the cultural understanding, like, you know, in the 50s and the 60s.
Where did she get her data from? Yeah, she's not going to tell us.
And then in the 70s,
because then we could look it up and see how she's mischaracterizing it.
This fourth wave of feminism that reared its ugly head and started.
The fourth wave of feminism in the 1970s. That's literally second wave feminism, Candace. What are you talking about? Fourth wave.
Associating sexual promiscuity to freedom, and things completely flipped. Again, I'm just giving you a historical analysis of what happened in the classroom.
You're giving us every bit the historical distortion that we get from PragerU.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Yeah, there was no naked people on the internet back in the 50s. That's a good point. Yeah, there was no naked people on the internet. Are we in the 9,000th wave of? It's over 9,000 actually.
Yeah,
hold on.
It's okay if you. Sorry, I'll just finish.
Make
this.
it quick if you
can.
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see like where exactly you're getting that from. If like later you can tell me or whatever.
Thomas Sowell inside the education system, and he has all of the.
Thomas Sowell. So in other words.
Sources listed in the back of the book.
Okay, because at least in modern day, do you think that any of that has flipped?
So what it is it's really, she's reporting this not secondhand but third hand. This is from something that Thomas Sowell wrote about. The real question is, where did he get his data, right? And
or no?
No, I think we've become. You know, there was, to use a term, I was actually talking about this yesterday on a podcast. I thought it was pretty brilliant. Paul Joseph Watson, I love his YouTube stuff, and he started talking about hoflation, which is like
that's a thing.
Oh, Paul Joseph Watson, you mean the Nazi guy? The Nazi guy who sells super male vitality, who used to sell super male vitality on Alex Jones's show? That guy? Is that who you're talking about?
Hilarious, which is saying that men used to have to do a lot less and get a very high value woman. He's like, so think about your grandparents and your grandmother. She was a high value woman. She raised the kids. She was conservative. She was beautiful. All of these things. And now we live in this moment where everyone's kind of a hoe, and you have to work harder to get a woman that doesn't have any self-respect or any value. And I just thought it was a really interesting video. It was obviously funny, but he was saying something, and we live in hopefully.
Yeah, he was saying something really insulting, and you're going to convey that insult to everybody in the room with you. That's really cool, Candace.
And now where everybody in their own capacity is selling their bodies. And unfortunately, these are the options that men have. No, I'm not saying it's stunning to me that women talk about what men need to be and what men need to be, but I think just kind of the complete disintegration of when I look at, you know, what my grandmother looked like in pictures. She passed in 2013, and just how classy and how beautiful and how much I wanted to be like her. And now I look at, you know, women today, and I just think, man, I feel bad for guys, like, you know, that the pool's getting smaller, but also it's really positive for women that are conservative.
I feel bad for guys because of hoflation. It's not easy to get a high value woman, and it used to be, if only I could F my grandmother, because she was a high class, high value woman. What the fuck, Candace? What the fuck? This is like some Jordan Peterson nightmare level shit here. What is going on? What is even what are we watching? What am I watching? How am I still on this? Chat, you gave me the all clear to get off this, and I should have taken it when it was offered. Oh my god, Yosiel, I really want to watch that Adam Ruins Everything. I feel like I'll get clapped for it as far as like DMCA stuff goes. It's just transphobia.
Fucking pronouns! Fucking pronouns!
Okay, let's move on. Wait, let's identify everybody in this picture. Right to left, we have Noah Sampson, Tim Pool. Wait, who is this? Who is this with the headphones? Can somebody tell me who this streamer is? Name that streamer. And then we've got Baby Rage, or Heel versus Baby Rage. Jeremy from the Quartering, and Dr. Disrespect. Should I say Guy from Dr. Disrespect? I don't know.
Oh, hi. Welcome. Don't mind me. Just having some roasted beans.
Crickets?
I'm roast vegetable pilled
no.
as of late. So
I thought for sure Noah's going to be eating crickets this time.
let me finish real quick. Welcome back to the channel.
It's beans. We got roasted beans.
Sorry, I'll put these down. Hey, what's up? Hi, how's it going? A new video game called Starfield was released recently from Bethesda Game Studios. It's a space game where you go around and you do all sorts of stuff in space.
You shoot other spacemen and then you mine resources from space rocks?
With other people from
space people.
They're in space. Unfortunately, though, for some gamers, Starfield has been ruined by the woke
pronouns. Starfield's been ruined by
fucking pronouns.
Agenda. Wokeness is in Starfield, and goddammit, the gamers aren't letting it fly.
Bethesda.
I feel like, okay, chat, if I ever do another react like that again, I'm just gonna shut up and I'm gonna only do the soundboard. It's gonna be like Weasel. Weasel, 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 weasel. That's what you're gonna hear if I ever do this again. That's how I'll handle it, because that's you know, for my protection and for yours.
There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
Whoa. Hey.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
Hey.
Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day California shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Okay, you should get the point by now, hopefully.
Wow,
This totally normal and
lot.
warranted rant here from the gaming YouTuber Heels versus Babyface was sparked
I feel like it's Heel versus Baby Rage.
when he was assaulted by Starfield's character customization screen, which features an option that allows you to select your pronouns. There it is, the horrible crime of wokeness continuing to infect our game. What's next? Noun?
You get to be an extrovert too?
What's next?
Can I be demisexual in this game?
Adjectives and
I need some demi representation in gaming, right? Why is there not enough There's not enough demisexuality in gaming, I feel like.
There's not much that I could really add in terms of analysis to this viral clip. Nothing you wouldn't hear from any other content creator anyways. Everyone has pronouns, including this guy. Bethesda has determined that an option to select them is a viable inclusion in their product. To protest this by screaming about it, it's very silly, right? There is a lot of funny stuff in this clip though. Like at the start when he makes a performative gesture of taking his headphones off before going epic style on that woke ass.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off.
Whoa. I'm ready. I'm scared and ready. For the final 20 seconds where he concludes the meltdown by just going straight back to playing the game.
Every single solitary fucking thing!
Jeez, dude. Come on. You got spit on me somehow. The pronoun options are upsetting enough to make him do this.
Right into it, right? He gives that rant, and then he just starts playing the game. Like, I compared this before to, like, if you get served with some food, and you yell about how disgusting it is, and how this isn't what you wanted, this isn't what you ordered, and everything that's wrong with it. You know, how, you know, you would never eat it in a million years, even if you were starving on a deserted planet somewhere out in space, right? And then the waitstaff tries to take it away, and you're like, no, you grab the plate and you're like, you eat it. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. Okay, you don't want to play the game, so don't play the game. Oh, but you're gonna play the game.
But not stop.
It obviously wasn't too much of an imposition to have like
fucking pronouns
in the game.
Playing the video game. Most principled anti-woke gamer. One thing that's weird is he keeps calling the pronoun screen current day.
Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No. Current fucking day.
This is odd, right? Starfield takes place 300 years in the future, unless he thinks gender will have been abolished by 2310, which would actually be pretty cool in my opinion. Pronouns are no more current day than space itself. Bethesda is narcissistic, he argues, for including something that you could only get this upset about if you yourself are a narcissist.
Wait a minute, I just gotta say something, okay?
Present day. Present time.
Yeah. You're gonna present day us?
We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
People that aren't you get included in a game one time, and this is how you act once. You're acting a little bit narcissistically. Also, I love when these guys do that, like, revolution.
It was not about the game. Yeah, he wanted to do a Nick Merck, basically. Getting angry about character creation. It's pretty funny. I mean, this guy's really giving us a lot to laugh at here. When I was a kid, I used to play a trans woman in chess. It was great because of the game itself, nothing else about it.
Speech, voice, cadence, trying to sound all strong.
Here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Only to use it to say the dumbest, most asinine shit of all time. This reminds me of that one clip of Tim Pool's boy going beast mode.
That would be Moonlord.
At the thought of having to...
The dirty masks!
To wear masks again.
Don't do that again. And don't make people put fucking dirty masks on!
You can have a clean mask! Ian, you can have a clean mask. It's okay. I'll get you a brand new N95. It's gonna be alright. It's complete. It's right out of the plastic.
Whoa.
God.
Nice. I'm sick of it, man. I'm fucking sick of it. I will not do it again.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
All right, man. You're welcome. Sure. Like I said, there's not really much to be gleaned here. It's just a fun clip of a guy freaking out. What I do want to look at next, though, is the reaction online from the sort of anti-woke YouTuber echo chamber. They're all defending this guy here and also using this situation to do some even more intense levels of transphobia. So let's take a look.
Okay, you know what's worse than... I feel like the defending of the transphobia is somehow more cringe than, like, I mean, as funny as like
fucking pronouns
is if you are the streamer that nods her head along to the guy yelling
fucking pronouns.
I feel like you're even more cringe, yeah.
look at what's going on over in Demon Town. The first thing that was interesting that happened here was everybody trying to reframe this controversy as the libs getting triggered. You've probably seen this. The libs are triggered over the clip of this guy, so they say. When people are just kind of making fun of him, you know, they're making jokes about it. Longtime supporter of the show, Hasanabi, tweeted out, "This weird British guy losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies." Another content creator called The Act Man tweeted, "Gorilla-shaped man on the verge of crying because Starfield lets you pick."
I don't know that much about Ackman, but some people were surprised that Ackman was so based here.
Pronouns at the start of the game, and then it's never brought up again. Somebody please shoot this guy with bear tranquilizer. He's going to attack someone. These are, of course, edgy joke tweets, right? Not really my cup of tea personally, you know? I'm not a big...
Maybe not as based as I thought, yeah.
Edgy tweeter guy. I don't know such cases of that. But it's nothing out of...
Do we know how that happened? Does anybody in chat know about the story? The story of Noah Sampson and the mysterious disappearing Twitter profile?
Really my cup of tea personally, you know? I'm not a big edgy tweeter.
Wait, is that what it was? Was that what got him...
Guy, I don't know such cases of that. But it's nothing out of the ordinary for these sorts of content creator back and forth. The first thing we saw here was a bunch of pearl clutching from the anti-woke group, most of whom self-identify as the sort of free speech final.
For some reason, I thought it was something to do with Chud Logic.
Vanguard of edgy YouTube.
This weird British guy losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies. Yes, we need to drill Az through the brain because he's fed up with a lot of bullshit.
The Fellowship has been talking about Starfield a lot lately and calling it woke. And because of that, woke tards are just screeching, angry, and telling us we should...
That's right. I'm screeching. I'm angry.
Fucking pronouns!
I'm clipping you.
Fucking pronouns!
Listen, I mean, it's like, you're like...
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, you know, like he did everything right and they clipped him.
Be unalived and things of that nature just because, you know, we call a game woke. That's completely reasonable and not mentally ill behavior or anything, right?
Responses like the joke tweets here are framed as screeching by this lady. But watch how she reacts to the guy blowing 10 gaskets on camera.
F off! You're boring!
Can't nobody rant like Az. Just absolute legend of rants. The king of rants. And he says what a lot of us are thinking and just in his amazing...
What I'm thinking right now is that you realized you had a crossover audience or something. I don't know.
Way.
You want to have some crossover audience?
Triggered SJW meltdown when we do it. Epic justified rant when they do.
Fuck off!
I'm just gonna start putting this guy in every thumbnail like how they do it with Big Red and all those other people.
That's kind of a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, maybe not in every thumbnail, but whenever it's a thumbnail about some like chud freaking out about pronouns, yeah, I feel like it's appropriate to use baby heel versus baby rage.
I find it interesting that someone can watch this clip of a guy create a million new capillaries in his skin and not realize that that's like definitely not a normal reaction. But it makes sense when you understand that the perspective here is that wokeness games is genuinely destroying the West and that they're fed up with all this crap and they don't want to take it anymore. Which of course, as most people should be aware of, it's just a pretty normal thing to set your pronouns in the options of a video game.
Here's Hasanabi. Multi-millionaire fake socialist on Twitter.
Socialism is when poor.
Wait.
Socialism is no money. Capitalism equals money. If have money and...
If he's a fake socialist and you're against socialism, isn't that a good thing? Be better than a real socialist. A real socialist would be scary. A real socialist, we might have socialism. But since it's a fake socialist, you got nothing to worry about. You agree, right? It's a fake socialist. Fake socialist should be okay for a real capitalist.
socialist? Contradiction. Debunked, Carl.
How to boil an egg, ass, and chud logic? Wait, what? Him and chud logic, wait. Yeah, use chud logic as the other thumbnail person for somebody that's like mad about wokeness. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
Using his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we need to bring back lobotomies. I mean, normal response. I also saw the Act Man insult Heels versus Babyface's appearance. Again, a normal response.
You usually don't care about that.
I don't think so.
This last comment from the quartering is really interesting. He clutched pearly things about the tweet that made fun of someone's appearance immediately after doing that same thing, but you'll never
like
get.
I said, that's the part of the tweet that I didn't think was based, but you don't need to compare him to a gorilla or a bear or whatever, you know?
Guess who the people are that he's doing that to, making fun of the appearance of? That's right, alleged victims of sexual harassment.
Anything from World of Warcraft. Look what World of Warcraft did. They took all the pretty girls' paintings out of the game. That's how pathetic AAA video games have become, as to not...
Wait, there was pretty girl paintings in Warcraft? I thought there was just like orcs and...
Press. Not
trolls and like
not upset that trollish looking
and Leroy Jenkins
females that work
somewhere
for
in there.
Blizzard apparently.
The trollish looking females he's referencing here are the female employees of Activision Blizzard who
because he's mad at them for complaining about how they were treated. I see. Who
in their 2021 lawsuit alleged constant experiences of humiliation, sexual harassment, and physical abuse at the workplace. Definitely not an extremely freakish thing
orcs, trolls, and undead can also be pretty girls.
To say.
And goblins too.
To call these victims ugly because they took the boobies out of your game. Good stuff, man. Just one small note there. He says that the pretty girls were removed from the game.
That's what we're talking about. Okay, so I was wondering about this. Wait, I feel like they did a better version of the painting. Like, it looks like they just kind of updated the painting. I mean, yeah, I get that, like, you know, before there was like a split, a thing, that thing, right? And now it's like, I mean, there's still cleavage. If you're looking for cleavage, there it is. It's cleaving away. But yeah, it feels like before they didn't really, you know, they were just like, let's get a picture of a woman with the chest and put it in the picture frame, and now they're like, oh, let's like, I mean, it's like, it's weird, it's like blurred. Oh, did they have to blur it because it was...
When all they did was just take the cleavage out of the paintings, sort of revealing about his definition of pretty there. Apparently for him, this is not pretty. For this guy, this is not pretty enough. So, curious. Finally, you had the best version of the you're triggered. No, you're triggered dichotomy.
He didn't care about the prettiness. He just wanted the blurry chest left in there. He's like, can you leave my blurry inner boob in there? I was ogling that. I didn't say you could take it away from me. I was in the process of ogling that.
Now, for those that don't know anything about these, fear not. They're video games. I'll give a general idea of what they are, but they are both introducing wokeness in their character creation models. A Trojan horse, as it were, for ideas that don't make sense, shouldn't exist, confuse young people, and oh boy, the leftists are getting really mad about this.
On one hand, they try to gaslight and say, oh my God, what do you care? Why are you so mad? It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. Big whoop. And then the same people spent all this holiday weekend just completely melting down about it online. So either it's a big deal or it's not. And of course, we know it is a big deal.
It's a big deal when you melt down about the pronouns because you make this thing called a clip. Jeremy, I think you might know about these, right? It's this thing called a clip.
Fucking pronouns!
Yeah, you say something and you sound ridiculous and you know, somebody takes it out of context and it sounds even more ridiculous. And you're all like, and you're all like,
I did everything right and they
I did
indicted
everything
me.
right and they clipped me. Yeah, that's right. They clipped you. I'm sorry. That's not exactly people being mad. That's people clipping you.
To them. In one hand, they pretend like it's no big deal, but they all tweet about it and they all say how it's not a big deal.
You say that it's not a big deal, yet here you are saying that it's not a big deal. It must be a big deal to you since you're literally saying that it's not a big deal. You're literally so triggered right now. This is actually representative of an argument I saw a few different times, which was these types of guys saying, you know, pronouns, you know, they're not a big deal according to you, but then at the suggestion of removing them from the game, you're freaking out. You're going nuts. It must then be a big deal.
So the guy that said it doesn't matter then's created another post because I guess it really, really matters.
And the obvious counterpoint to that is that they aren't a big deal, and so putting in the game is pretty normal, but making a performative gesture.
I kind of feel sorry for Noah. Like, as much as I was feeling sorry for myself earlier today, having to watch that whatever podcast, which is my own fault. My fault. It's my own fault for picking that one. But Noah's constantly having to, like, take really bad and obviously flawed chud logic. And I don't mean it as in the streamer. I mean just chud logic, like the logic of chuds, and point out the obvious shit that's wrong with it because it's, you know, I guess it doesn't. I guess it needs to be pointed out.
Sure about removing them from the game.
People. Hunter Biden did everything right. Yeah, that's right.
When they are not a big deal, that's, you know, weird and worth saying. What? Why are you doing that? Could it have anything to do with trans people and you going out of your way to make trans people excluded from the game? Silly stuff, silly times. This guy, this sort of the yelling guy, had a predictably cowardly follow-up response. Videos titled "Man Cancelled for Having an Opinion on the Internet."
Man has opinion about video game. Internet goes absolutely nuclear crazy about opinion on video game. Is this actually about opinion on video game? No, this has nothing to do with opinion on video game. This has everything to do with going after the far left sacred cow of gender ideology.
Gender ideology and
fucking pronouns!
Classic backpedal, you know, acting like opinions can't have political messaging in them. It's just my opinion that we should put certain groups of people in certain zones and keep them there. In my opinion, right? It's just something I believe.
Can't have an opinion anywhere in Joe Biden's America.
He does move on to try to do some dunk attempts, which were pretty unintentionally funny in my opinion.
Is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies. Well, Hassan, at least they would be able to lobotomize me. You, however...
Because I have a brain, unlike you, who does not have a brain.
I don't think they would actually find enough brain cells.
Ooh! Ooh! This is the kind of contrived burn attempt that a middle schooler comes up with after years of getting mercilessly bullied. And when no one laughs, he brings a gun to school the next day.
Pronoun
Okay, that got dark really quick.
So very current day of Bethesda, because it appears at some point during the last couple of years, Pete Hines seems...
Did he say current day again? Listen, you gotta understand, every time you say current day, I gotta say...
Present day. Present time.
Sorry, that's just how it is.
To forgotten what...
I don't make the rules, chat. I don't make the rules.
Gender he is. Never...
Maybe I should make the rules.
Mind.
Ooh. Maybe I should become the pirate queen. And then I could make the rules, yeah, I could make the rules. I could get the One Piece. I could, yeah, I could sail Grand Line. That would be great. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should get a boat and sail away and be a pirate queen.
Got his ass. I'm not a pronouns in the bio kind of guy person. I don't keep him in there. But to get this foamed
really? Why not?
Up about a guy having them in there, it's just, in my opinion, a little bit cringe. I see it happen and I say, oh, I hear him do that.
I mean, look. I've never like gone off for. I've never like been like, oh, you don't have pronouns in the bio, you piece of shit. Like I've never done that. Okay. But like, I love the idea that there's like a pronouns in the bio type guy. And I am not him. I am not that. But at the same time, I don't look down at people for putting. Yeah, this is kind of just a little bit of a. You didn't have to bring attention to that, right? You know, I don't think anybody would have like. See, they say that the left is full of cancel culture and that we won't stand for anybody who doesn't toe the line on the woke orthodoxy and shit. And like literally nobody noticed that Noah Samson doesn't have pronouns in his bio. Literally no one cares, right? It's not actually a cancelable offense.
That and I say weird guy activities.
In every aspect of our entertainment today, we seem to be pulled out because the people creating it are more concerned with inserting current day into absolutely everything.
Seriously, I warned you. I warned you.
Present day. Present time.
I told you.
So, as many have pointed out, you're only ripped from the immersion of a game from something like this if you're an entitled, self-centered weirdo, whose representation in games has always been unquestioned as the default. The moment that changes for these types of weird guys, they start pooping and farting. It's very scary and terrifying for them, so we must have empathy in these troubled times for them. The cause of all of this isn't wokeness, though, right? It's
indigestion.
It's capitalism. It's Bethesda, the game company, understanding that pronoun options are viable to put into their game because the amount of gamers, people they're trying to sell the game to, that'll freak out about this and boycott the game, are now in the minority. Here's some statistics about attitudes towards using gender-neutral pronouns. You can see the younger ages overwhelmingly support stuff like that. One piece of context on these statistics is that gamers tend to skip using gender-neutral pronouns. You can see.
Okay, so oh wow, 50-50. So this is like they them or another gender neutral pronoun. To be honest, that's better than I mean 50-50. That's I would have expected it to be worse. But 18 to 29-year-olds, 2/3 are comfortable. Oh shit, look at that. Oh, that's so weird. Wait, what's going on with 35 to 44-year-olds? It's like an actual majority. Wait, somewhat or very uncomfortable. Yeah, that's wild. That's Oh no, 30 to 44. It's 30 to 44-year-olds. And then when you get to 45 to 64, anyway, it's not really like a statistical difference, but it's like flipped. I mean, it might not, you know what I mean? This is like 2%, so don't make too much of it. But yeah, it's weird that it kind of goes backwards between that group and that group. And then 65 and older, really not very many people comfortable using gender-neutral pronouns. Democrats, 2/3. Independents, almost half and half, and Republicans 1/3.
The younger ages overwhelmingly support stuff like that. One piece of context on these statistics is that gamers tend to skew younger, the majority being in the demographics that's statistically more likely to be normal and not weird about.
So what here's let me break it down for you, okay? There's a group, a demographic of gamers, a culture of gaming. And these people are used to being marketed to. They don't question it, right? When they were younger, games were marketed with them in mind. Like, they fit the category, they fit the profile. Now that they're older, the market as a whole is mostly not like them. And so you see people, you see representation happen, not because the companies are super woke, but because that is their demographic. And if you're not representing your main demographic, you're just kind of not doing it right? So they get this feeling, they sense the presence of a gamer who is not like them in the marketing, right? They sense the fact that they no longer represent like the person that the advertising marketing avatar that they were in the past, and they don't like it, and that's where the baby rage comes from.
trans people and using they them pronouns. Here's another fun take I
Those are rookie numbers.
found from the sort of classical anti-SJW YouTuber Sargon of Akkad.
It's not really about the pronouns. Pronouns are just a symptom of the pervasive, corrupting force of social justice, continuing to humiliate white men for the crime of being white men.
This tweet continues for a while, but I ain't reading all that. First off, so drunk.
Okay, so I want people to notice that, like, that's Sargon of Akkad. Worried about social justice as a corrupting force, continuing to humiliate white men for the crime of being white men. That's not just Sargon, is it? What I'm saying is that, like, when you hear Sargon of Akkad coming out of the mouth of somebody claiming to be a leftist, that's when you gotta have that's when you gotta dip. You gotta dip right there. You get in a community and you hear that kind of like white male fragility, you know, being voiced by a content creator. That is not the right community to be in.
Corrupting force of social justice, continuing to humiliate white men for the crime of being white men.
This tweet continues for a while.
Oh my god, really? Oh no, it's one of those tweets that's like, it's one of those modern newfangled tweets from an account with the blue check where it's really long and I don't want to read it all. Okay.
But I ain't reading all that. First off, so drunk.
No. Sargon does not claim to be a leftist. Just understand that Sargon's saying something like when you say that, like, you know, to prosecute and humiliate white men for the crime of being a white man. That's something that you're going to hear from, like, Vosh's community too. That's something, unfortunately, you hear from a lot of people calling themselves leftists. And
so dramatic. Why is everything that you don't like evidence that the West has fallen? When McDonald's forgets to give me a straw, that is an assault on Judeo-Christian values. But mainly, you know,
or if they give you a paper straw.
This screen makes you feel humiliated for being a white man, go to bed. Go to sleep. Grandpa, it's just past your bedtime. Good night. Sleep well. It's okay. You're not woke. You're anti-woke by sleeping. All right, so the last thing I want to talk about.
Grandpa, you've had too much Ambien. Go to bed.
And I guess the more serious thing is the link between this meltdown, its sort of unanimous defense online, and more overt transphobic propaganda. Many different gamers and pundits have
Yeah, cut a lib and a fascist bleed, right? Sometimes I feel it's like you know, in some communities it's like cut a leftist and a misogynist bleeds, right? And I mean, that's just because we're not gatekeeping well enough.
Called out of the rotting floorboards to make their case.
That's right. I'm going to make gatekeeping into a virtue. Deal with it.
That the pronoun screen isn't just about pronouns. It's about a whole lot more very scary stuff. So first, let's see that from our friend Shouty Boy.
Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start.
I believe his name is Shouty McShouterson.
Out of the game, and then is never brought up again. So if it's never brought up
Shouty man, ranty man
again, what is the issue? What is the problem? Why is it even there? It's there to compel you to do so. It's there to compel you to participate in the gender ideology.
We should gatekeep opportunists and liberals. Yeah, also misogynists and racists and
that they've shoved into the game.
So come on, man. You know, that tweet, you know what it means, and it's not that. The tweet means that in the game, they don't ask you again for your pronouns, but that doesn't mean pronouns don't come up. Pronouns are a pretty normal thing to use in language. So choosing them on the screen is it's a practical thing. He knows that though, right? He knows it. He just doesn't want it in the game because it's authoritarian.
Yo, think about pronouns for a minute though. Okay, can I do this? Can we get existential chat? I want you to think about pronouns. Think about what they represent. Think about what we were doing when we used pronouns, right? We're taking this like multi-splendored universe, right? With all the things in it, with all the planets, with all the stars, with all the asteroids, with all the people, with all the animals, with everything, the trees, the plants and everything. And we're going to be like, okay, but in this case, since I've mentioned this person's name, that is now who I shall refer to as he, right? And if I mention somebody's name who I refer to as she, now you got like two characters, two primordial characters, right? It's taking it's taking it's like turning people symbolic or something. I mean, there's some there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some languages that don't have like gendered pronouns, right? And like a pronoun in general, it's just like I never think about it, right? But when I think about it, like just like this representation of like, if there's an object, and I say, I'm talking about an object, now I can use it, and that I'm talking about that object. That I'm not talking about the infinite. It's in the universe. In addition, like, right, it's you don't have a question, like, right, if I mention a person and I say they, you know who I'm talking about, right? It's kind of amazing that language works like that. Anyway, wow.
Woke gender ideology. That's what this boils down to, though, right? Their crusade against, quote, gender ideology. This term seems to mean something different for each of them, but they're all linked together, right? The more specifically gamer version of this is about, keeping politics out of video games. I just want a game. I don't want any of this woke stuff. That's it. Not a lot of thought is put into it beyond this, at least for a lot of people who are swept up in this fervor. And that one's fun because, for starters, politics never been a part of video games, ever.
So wait, Finnish, Basque, these are some examples.
Themes in video games, not a thing, and never have and will be. Just let me do my anti-imperial revolution in peace, please. This point connects to the more explicit transphobia, though, through the gender ideology label, right? The first argument there is an all-time classic, the slippery slope.
It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. It's just puberty blockers. It's just puberty blockers. It's totally reversible. Hey, let a healthy 12-year-old remove parts of their body to affirm.
Look, if we let them have different pronouns today, tomorrow they're going to be asking for different adverbs. Where does it stop?
Their care. It's all down that same slope. Oh, respect my pronouns. Oh, here, I'm going to, 12-year-olds, it's just you could just put puberty on pause. It's no big deal. What do you care? It's not your body. Okay. And then it's, kids getting parts of their bodies chopped off to affirm their gender. So when people are aware of what this represents, this is.
What if people were aware of the fact that GRS doesn't happen to kids, you fuck face?
Why it's immersion breaking.
This is the sort of end point to this narrative, that exposure to language that includes trans people in the form of a single frame from a video game that has billions of potential.
Like, I love that, like, this lie gets to spread so far and wide and unabated, right?
Frames. That's gender ideology. Gender ideology is that, and also all these other things. So if we let this happen, all the other things are going to happen too, and we can't let any of them happen because they're all bad. The main thing that's being specifically referenced here is the idea that gender ideology, again, as they use it, will compel people that aren't trans to be trans. They'll go through hormone replacement therapy and gender-affirming surgeries without really knowing that that's what they want to do because they're confused and don't know what they're doing. This was alluded to earlier in Tim Pool's comment about confusing young people.
A Trojan horse, as it were, for ideas that don't make sense, shouldn't exist, confuse young people, and oh boy.
You see it in Dr. Disrespect, another big-time streamer, his tweet about confused online young people influenced by the internet and politics in games. We saw it from Nick Merck's comments a while back about Pride Month recognition needing to be left out of schools, the implication there being that kids aren't being left alone, as in they're being indoctrinated. These are all transphobic political arguments.
No, he's reacting to like parents being beaten up by like right-wing thugs as be like, well, they should just leave the children alone, right? As in, like, they should take out the books that the Proud Boys don't want in their library. Should just hire a Proud Boy as a librarian. How about that? Just like skip the middlemen. Let Gavin McGinnis, let Enrico Tario choose what books are allowed in and what books are not allowed.
Being made in varying degrees of ignorance. But they all presuppose the idea that trans kids don't exist. The only reason they would is brainwashing and gender ideology. And we know that all of this is a lie. These people are lying. They're either ignorant to or ignoring the statistics, which have been very clear in showing that the compelled to be trans narrative is a falsehood. Transition regret and detransition rates sit around 1%. This 1% includes temporary regret, so people who end up continuing to transition. This number has also been decreasing over time as trans-affirming healthcare has become more refined and effective. These gamers, and worse yet, YouTubers, are stepping out in front of every medical association to say, all of you experts and doctors are wrong, trans people don't actually exist, and anything that might point to that in media is indoctrination and brainwashing and woke agenda and creating people that don't actually exist. We've seen this narrative throughout history in, for example, a homophobic backlash, the gay grooming narrative, which we've talked about on the channel before. See this video for reference. But it's just directed towards a new target and using new language, such as we saw from the quartering about kids getting chopped up. We can call it for what it is, right? Dishonest, fear-mongering, in-group, anti-trans propaganda. Most importantly, though, it's an objectively dangerous narrative for the lives of trans people, one that underpins the current wave of anti-trans legislation that is going on across the country. Anti-woke folks, while not knowing shit about what they're talking about, have managed to plant their anti-trans flag firmly in the gaming space. It's no secret that gaming spaces are fertile ground for these sorts of regressive ideas. Gamergate is perhaps the biggest example of this. And anytime we see stuff like this, you know, it's important for us gamers that are normal.
50%.
All right, rip. Not the abnormal people that are in the out group. Gamers that just aren't transphobic. To look out and say, hey, why are you freaking out about this? When did your YouTube Shorts algorithm get you freaking out about gender ideology, whatever that even means?
I love that he said YouTube Shorts algorithm because it's so true. Like, Shorts is absolute trash.
And just talk to them and give them some context.
It's like the anti-TikTok
Behind all of this crap. To the anti-woke creepers, chill out, leave trans people alone, and get used to games, including them, because you're losing this one. Losers, winners, triggered, not triggered, out group, in group. But seriously, just chill out, you know? Okay, that's it, folks. Let me know what you thought of the video. See you next time for another episode of the YouTube channel.
Oh my god, chat. Sorry I've been making weird head movements for the past few minutes here. Something happened to my, I want to say it's my headphones because that is the cheaper problem to fix. But if I'm being realistic, it's actually the jack of my microphone. Right? So the headphones jack of my microphone is fucked up. Well, whatever it is, it's cutting out and it's making it really hard for me to stream. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, right? I do not have the money to replace this microphone. But yeah, I probably need to get off here and I need to do some see what I can do, right? I don't know. I could try soldering this thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's really what it's doing is basically cutting out the volume of my headphones, and it kind of makes it really hard to stream at all. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. I'm kind of worried, actually. Speaking of books being banned, did you see Senator Kennedy reacting to the supposedly explicit passage live on C-SPAN? Wait, the one from Genderqueer? Do you know somebody who knows how to solder? No. I mean, I should be able to solder. I just haven't soldered, like, in a long time. And I don't have a soldering iron. Yeah, it won't be on your end. It's just my ability to hear what I'm reacting to, right? So it's on my end. But Senator Kennedy. Yeah, reads book. Okay, this is it, right? Warning, graphic content. Am I going to be okay to watch this?
Hello, everyone.
As opposed to Centaur. Yeah, Centaur Robert F. Kennedy. Wait, should I be watching this? Like, seriously, is this okay to watch? The majority reports covered it on YouTube. Has Hassan covered it? That's the question I want to ask. Has Hassan covered it? The Hill is all over this. I mean, this is a different Kennedy. This is John Kennedy. There's a John Kennedy that's a Republican now. Yeah, and I mean, like, this whole thing about books, this whole discourse on like books supposedly being like, you know, they'll act like these are textbooks or something, like this is like the sex ed textbook. And in reality, you'll find out that no, it is a book that they found in one high school. That's it. It was in a high school. So therefore all schools are teaching this as like curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I confess I'm a little confused, and I appreciate the argument or discussion that we've been having, but for me, it's a little too conceptual or, I don't know, metaphysical or theological or whatever you want to call it.
Teleological?
I want to try to understand what you're asking us to do. Let's take two books that have been much discussed. The first one is called All Boys
Theological.
Aren't Blue. And I will quote from it. I put some lube on and got him on his
He whistles the S like the pedo and Family Guy. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
knees, and I began to slide into him from behind.
Okay, you want me to tell you something? There were books with similar scenes in my high school library. One major difference, though. These were descriptions of heterosexual couplings. Yeah. My school had, like, you know, books that, like, there's a lot of books that have, like, you know, a lot of fiction will have, like, sex scenes, right? And yeah, these were things that, yeah, literally, like, you know, would be sought out. Like, you know, there would be talk about, like, other people, you know, would say, hey, did you know that this one book in the library, it's got a pretty hot scene in it. Like, right. It was literally like, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't hear him complaining about Sidney Sheldon books.
I pulled out of him and kissed him while he masturbated. He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on.
I can't hear it. I can't even hear it. I can't even hear it. My microphone is so fucked up that I can't even hear what he's saying, and I don't know what he's saying, and I don't know what I'm streaming. If I don't know what he's saying, I don't know if I because the microphone is screwed up. I'm gonna have to figure out something to do, chat. I'm worried about this microphone thing. This is what I'm talking about, right? You don't hear it on your end, right? So, you know, it's not that. But on my end, I'm not hearing what he's saying. I'm hearing it and then I stop hearing it. And like while I stop hearing it, he could be saying anything and I just wouldn't hear it, and I'd just be sitting around, you know, and then the next thing I know, I'm banned. Yeah, cis and hetero Harlequin novels are fine, but don't get any gay stuff in it. I was reading way more graphic romance novels in middle school. The Bible is more graphic. Yeah, he said a lot. Well, see, this is the thing though. Like I can't in the moment, right, hear what he's saying because of my and it's my microphone, right? Is to be from my assessment what's going on is that I've got a broken jack in my microphone, and it used to be that I just heard it on one side of my headphones, but now even that is intermittent, right? So I've just like I haven't had the money to be able to replace gear that should have been replaced a while ago, and I don't know what to do. I'm a little bit at a loss here. You know what I will do though? I will tell everybody to get into the robot because we're rating out. I'm gonna try to see if I can fix this. If there's anybody that knows tech, I will probably be in the general chat on Discord tonight. So if you've got any know-how in terms of this kind of stuff, you know, maybe would be a good time to join the Discord. If you haven't already, I will go ahead and grab the link for anybody who is not yet in Discord. I am just gonna have to kind of ask around to see if I can find a solution for this, because I can't stream like this. Like, I literally can't hear what I'm like listening to. Here's the Discord thing. Give my well wishes to Willow, and we're gonna raid into Willow. We were trying to raid into Willow the other night, and I actually fail raided. I think what it was like an older like a page that needed to be refreshed, and it said that Willow was streaming, but Willow wasn't actually streaming. So Willow is streaming now, and you're about to be raided into Willow's stream in about 3 seconds. Much love to everybody. I'm gonna try to fix this. If not, YouTube, you'll be seeing more YouTube videos, right? Anyway, let's hope I can get this fixed.